Good morning, colleagues, comrades. My name is Jimmy Koichana. I'm the thematic chair for socio-economic development and management in the African peer review mechanism. We are here in Northwest as NGC, National General Council of the APRM South Africa. We are hosting this event in partnership with the provincial government, wherein we're going to be hearing a lot of information that relates to the country report which has been compiled, assessment report. So we have in our midst African peer review, country review mission. It's a panel of experts that will be introduced formally to yourselves. They're coming from different parts of Africa, and they are looking forward to engage yourself, civil society, in this plenary session. I must stress that this is a civil society interaction with the country review mission. Government, unfortunately, could not join us today. They've arranged that on a particular date, I think Friday and Saturday this week, they'll be engaged with us so that we could discuss more on issues around the provincial outlook. So we are welcoming you that are attending this plenary session, and we have online participants, because this is a live streaming. Those who are unable to come and join us, they could join us virtually online. So we welcome them as well, but in a very formal, traditional way of doing things. I would like to appeal to everyone to stand so that we could sing both national anthem of African Union as well as the one from the country South Africa. Technician, can you all stand and rise?
Africa, the tree of life. Così si geleli Africa, manu pagani su ponolayo, Yizwa imitanda so yetu, Gosi si gelela, Tina nusabolwayo, Murena buluka se chava sa Yesu, ufelice dentro alle mansuelie, si buluke, si chava sa Yesu, si chava sa South Africa, South Africa. Heidi blauw van onze hemel, uit die diepte van ons ziel. Voor ons eeuwige gebergtes, van die krause antwoord geeft. Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
You can go that side, so I think there's a space that side. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we are starting now with our program. We want to welcome everybody that has made it possible to attend this Africa Peer Review Mechanism plenary session in the Northwest Province. As I was saying, my name is Jimmy Kochana. I'll be the program moderator for today's session, and I'm the chair of the Socio-Economic Development and Management with the South African National General Council in the country. Today we are here as Africa Peer Review Mechanism. Sorry, come to me. Can you please arrange with the hotel to add more chairs for us? Please. Okay, can you handle that? Okay, so colleagues and comrades, we are here today because the country is to be reviewed on a self-assessment report which has been compiled, which must be submitted next year in February. Now, this report was done by South Africans, and it cannot be assessed or reviewed by the very same people who are the authors. So in that regard, an independent panel of experts who are not from South Africa, but they are part of African Union. They were selected to partake in this process where they will review this report, which is available. But I think what is important is that this self-assessment report talks about the issues that confront the country, how government plans to roll out the program. As you know that there are myriad of socio-economic challenges that are confronting the country. So in that report today, what this panel of experts, they want to know is, what is your take as civil society? What is your opinion on this report which has been developed? And please feel free as civil society to share the frustrations, your concern, as well as good intentions that the government is trying in enhancing a stronger collaboration between government and yourself as a society. So we are here today because there's a provincial consultation process underway. We have split ourselves as the National General Council and the panel of experts. Some, as we are here, they are in KZN. We started in Bloemfontein, Free State, and the other group was in Cape Town. Yesterday, we were in Northern Cape. That group was in Eastern Cape. Today, we are here in Northwest. The group will be in KZN. Tomorrow, we'll be in Limpopo, Polokwane, and the group will be in Mpumalanga. And then, probably Thursday or Friday, we'll be in Gauteng. Then we could say that we have concluded the consultation process. So we are consulting not only government, but civil society, so that you could air your views, build on the processes that are currently underway, efforts that have been embarked upon by government. Because civil society is a critical stakeholder in the political landscape of this country. It cannot be excluded, it cannot be undermined, it cannot be sidelined. So it is imperative and important that your views are known by this panel of experts. So that's the purpose of why we're here today. I will, at this point in time, call upon the DDG in the Premier's office, Mr. Chuma, to welcome us officially and provide welcoming remarks. So over to you, Mr. Chuma, so that you could speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And on behalf of the Office of the Premier in the Northwest Province, we are very much delighted to welcome you into this space. Government recognizes that it is only through engagement with civil society and other stakeholders to ensure that we are able to meet the demands of the communities that we live in, but most importantly, to make sure that we are able to improve on our cooperative governance, strengthen our socio-economic development within the province, strengthen our democracy and ensure political governance that is appreciated by most, to ensure that we are able to grow the economy of the province as well as a mass contribution to the country. But it's also through civil society that the state is able to become very resilient in carrying out its tasks going forward. It could not come at a better time in our province, where we are shaping ourselves to ensure that we build a good image of the province from where we're coming from, to ensure that we will be able to comply to the agreed norms and standards and codes that will ensure effective and efficient governance. We are saying to all of you, let us meet and make sure that we grow Northwest together. The message is said with appreciation. There are a lot of issues that are competing in the province, but we saw it very fit that we should allow these engagements to take place within the province. The DG of the province is appreciative of the efforts that the civil society is contributing towards ensuring a good governance and government. The Premier of the province appreciates a great deal that our interaction with the civil society must be strengthened in recognition of the limited resources that government might have. But it's also important that we then strengthen our relationships going forward. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you to traditional leadership, civil organizations. Thank you for everybody who managed to make time to come and engage on the report that has been produced. Government is welcoming the report with an open mind, with an objectivity of making sure that we can only get better together. Let this engagement be fruitful and peaceful. Thank you very much, Chair.
Let's give a round of applause for the DDG. Thank you very much, DDG, for those wonderful and inspiring, welcoming remarks. Colleagues, at this point in time, let me outline how our program has been crafted. We had the welcoming remarks from Mr. Chuma, DDG, Premier's Office. At this point in time, we will allow Mr. Dalma Jama, APRM Continental Secretariat, to formally come forward and introduce the country review mission that is in the country, so that we know who are these experts that will be working with us in South Africa and in assessing the reports. So, Mr. Jama, I will hand over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are energetic as I am. This is really a good opportunity for us to discuss governance in all its dimensions, to look at how we can improve governance and service delivery in this beautiful province. So I'm here with a team of 9, and we're here as half of the country review team for South Africa. We come from over 14 peer, brotherly and sisterly countries across this beautiful continent of ours. First of all, I'll start, if you will allow me, dear Program Director, with a message from Bishop Sengulane, who is our team leader. Bishop is a member of the Continental African Peer Review Panel of Eminent Persons, and he's leading the other half of the team that is today traveling to KwaZulu-Natal. So on behalf of the Bishop, DDG Chuma, members of the APRM national and provincial teams here in South Africa, led by our program director, Mr. Ntobeka Gotiana, members of the APRM National Secretariat, Dr. Sokela is online, honored guests, stakeholders here from civil society in Northwest. We are here for you. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to be here in this beautiful city of Mafikeng and the province of Northwest, renowned for its agricultural production, including white maize, and the mining of really important global minerals that are now used in the top industries in the world, including the new electrical batteries for cars, the platinum and chrome that is produced in this really rich province of yours. We are here as part of the APRM, second generation country review mission to South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, your country, South Africa, is to be commended for being one of the continental leaders in renewal, in better governance in Africa through NEPAD and the African Peer Review Mechanism. Your national and provincial APRM, Good Governance Committees, have done a lot of work over the years. During the first review report that they completed, self-assessment, in 2006, they hosted our first country review mission from 9th to 25th July 2006. And then that was peer-reviewed in Accra, Ghana in July 2007. In the newest second-generation review, in December 2018, your cabinet reinvigorated the APRM processes and established an inter-ministerial committee, which then proceeded in bringing in a new National Governing Council that includes Mr. Gotiana and other members that are sitting here with us. And within 18 months, they completed a country self-assessment report, and it's a commendable, energetic work because it's very exhausting. It includes surveys, focus groups, and they completed a very good country self-assessment report. With the help of technical institutions from the University of Pretoria, the South African Institute of International Affairs, Tutwa Consulting. I can say with strength that this country self-assessment report is indeed worthy of the name. It's very comprehensive, and my team here, our team is here to look at some of the challenges and good practices that are highlighted in the report and discuss it with you and say, is this really reflective of the actual challenges here in South Africa and especially here in Mahikeng and Northwest? Excellencies, members of this August meeting, I can say that the country review team, some of the challenges we'll be discussing with you are well known. Many of you are aware of the democracy and political governance, economic governance and development and jobs challenges, corporate governance and socio-economic development challenges such as service delivery that you are faced with. Indeed, some of them were outlined by your Premier, Professor Magoro, in the State of the Province address earlier this year, where he discussed the need to intensify the delivery of basic services, as well as initiatives aimed at strengthening the province's social and economic infrastructure projects, given the backdrop of the pandemic and what it has done to jobs and other sectors of the economy in the Northwest Province. So your government is aware of the immense task. What we are here to do is to discuss with you the prioritization as well as the implementation, and also your viewpoints. In that respect, the experts that I have with me, I'll introduce them and I'll ask them to stand up. In no particular order, I'll start with Professor Oyunlola from Nigeria, who is an economic governance expert, who has been in the reviews of Sudan, of Mozambique, of Uganda Second Review, of Namibia, and he is a lecturer, as a professor at the University of Ibadan in West Africa, and he also has students studying under him in the African Economic Research Consortium across Africa. Welcome, Professor Oyunlola. Right behind him is my sister, Ms. Delise Zakeya, who's an expert in democracy and political governance. Specifically, she looks at the human rights aspects. She looks at areas such as gender-based violence, the vulnerable populations, service delivery and their rights. She looks at refugees and economic migrants. She looks at areas such as children, child welfare. How are we taking care of our children who are the future of this nation? My sister, Ms. Delise, who has been in many reviews, including the recent Namibia one, Uganda Second Review, Sudan, and Liberia, the Republic of Liberia. So she's been across the continent looking at similar issues, but specifically in Southern Africa, she has a lot to bring. A round of applause for my sister Delise Zakeya from Zimbabwe. From Zimbabwe. Right behind her is also from Zimbabwe, Dr. Sibindi, who is an expert in corporate governance, looking at the wealth creation aspects, looking at how we can work with our small and medium enterprises, looking at how we can foster entrepreneurship, looking at how we can have better skills within our school and educational system, the TVETs, etc., to make sure that our youth are empowered to go out there and create jobs rather than wait for a job to be given to them in government. Dear colleagues, he is here to sit with you and look at how we can implement these job creation schemes. A round of applause for Dr. Sibinde. Right at the front is Dr. Ibrahim Nye from the Republic of Liberia. Dr. Nie is also a democracy and political governance expert. He looks at things such as cooperative governance in your country, how the different spheres of governance can work together better, even where there might be different parties that are leading different spheres of governance. So I know that in the recent local elections, you might have in your province, and you let us know, you might have coalition governments. In that case, how do we make sure that they align their programs for service delivery? This is the kind of thing that my Dr. Ibrahim Nie is looking at, working with you to listen to you. We are not here to tell you, we're here to listen to you. Better ideas for implementing recommendations that can make all these spheres of governance work better together for your welfare, for your children. Thank you, Dr. Nie. Right over behind them, 2 rows, is Mr. Samson Osei, who is also a corporate governance specialist coming from the Republic of Ghana, the first country to be independent in 1957. Mr. Osei is an expert in corporate governance, and again, he looks at how we can work with state-owned enterprises, small and medium enterprises, having the big multinationals that are operating here. Remember, we mentioned that the big miners, many of whom come from abroad, Switzerland, etc. How are they working with local business so that the supply chain includes skills transfer for local business, includes jobs in the supply chain, includes procurement that takes into account the local communities, who after all are the ones who have inherited this wealth, to make sure that the wealth is not just taken out of the country, but is used for the betterment of local communities. That is what Mr. Osei is looking at. Thank you very much, Mr. Osei. Right beside him is Dr. Vivian Atoud from the Republic of Cameroon. She is the team leader in socioeconomic development. So she looks at the delivery of services, the delivery of programs, including in education, in health, in infrastructure, looking at participatory democracy like this. How do our leaders, whether at the local governance, the district municipalities, the local municipalities, the premier's office, and the national government, how do they listen to you and make sure that projects are delivered that actually make a difference here on the ground? That's what she's interested in. A round of applause for Dr. Atoud. That is the team. We have another 2 members who will join us later. Let me introduce them now. They're with the State Resilience Team, and right now they're meeting with the Provincial State Resilience Team in a virtual meeting. And they're looking at, like this pandemic that came in almost 2 years ago, and future shocks such as climate, environmental, drought. How do we make sure that governance levels at all levels can plan ahead so that there is less suffering when you do get challenges? So they're working on that, and they'll come in and they'll discuss with you to learn your ideas about how we can make this more resilient, governance more resilient. Thank you very much, Program Director. That is your team that is here to listen to our stakeholders from Northwest.
Let's give a second round of applause for Mr. Jalma. Thank you, Mr. Jalma. Colleagues, beside the civil society that will be interacting with the country review mission, the academics, they also constitute a core as part of that team that wants to share with us as well as the country review mission. So in this regard, let me call upon Mr. Mowatodia. He is on virtual. It's written MD in front of you. So Mr. Mowatodia, we will hand over to you to present. I think he has done a lot of good work in the country, a lot of case studies relating to the work that we want to know in our country. So he wants to share some of the experiences and lessons that we could learn from. So, Mr. Mwati Claudile, I will hand over to you to take us through and make a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, for the introduction. My name is Moatludi J.D. Lotsotle. Am I audible, Program Director?
You're audible.
Okay, right. My name is Moatludi J.D. Lotsotle. I teach on a part-time basis in the Tshwane University of Technology Business School on the discipline of change management. But I've also done a number of interventions in municipalities in the Northwest Province in terms of the provisions of our constitution, be it Section 154, be it Section 139. Ensuing from these engagements is the reality that our observation in the most recent intervention has been that South Africa as a country has got good pieces of legislation that oversees or that governs the sphere of local government. Specific reference here would refer to your Municipal Systems and Structures Act, your Municipal Finance Management Act, regulations as promulgated by the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. And these are instruments that must become enablers for effective and efficient service delivery to our communities in terms of the work that is undertaken by municipalities. There's been an assessment done by different structures in terms of the performance of our municipalities. Most notably, I will refer to the findings and conclusions by the Auditor General on the state of affairs in respect of municipalities in the province. The most common comments made by the Auditor General are that municipalities do not conform to their integrated development plans. Municipalities have a serious skills deficiency. Let me start with the second one as a priority matter. There are regulations on how senior management should be employed in the public service. It is common to both councils, common to executive authorities, and common to members of the public and institutions that are of a public orientation. However, it has become an unfortunate prevalence that there's been a great degree of deviation from the norms, regulations, and standards that are set in terms of recruitment and retention of suitably qualified, suitably competent, and suitably skilled individuals who are Section 57 managers in municipalities. Now, why are we making reference to this? We're making reference to this because there is a direct correlation between the appointment of incompetent or unqualified individuals and poor service delivery, because if you employ individuals who are not best suited to occupy senior management positions in municipalities, unobtrusively meaning that observationally, you are therefore going to have a situation where there will be non-performance in relation to predetermined targets and predetermined outcomes, as well as what our National Development Plan has set as targets to be achieved by 2030. Therefore, this issue relating to human capital affects adversely and negatively progress towards the achievement of sustainable local and developmental local government by 2030, as espoused by the National Development Plan. Now, what is it that out of the different interventions that we have had, do we recommend or say are measures to be implemented? I think you need to, as role players, we need to ensure that there is urgent intervention in the form of a skills audit on all of our municipalities to check whether we've got the right skill set steering the direction of our municipalities. Because if we do not address this deficiency, there will be a downward spiral in terms of poor performance, poor accountability, poor management, and so on and so on, and will forever be a subject of poor service delivery, which invariably also lead to public protests as well. In the case of the recent municipality where we've been involved in, we assumed the authority of council, and in assuming the authority of council, put in place the vetting of staff. Do you have the right skill sets? One, are actually the people who are in your payroll also present in terms of reporting for day-to-day duties? We have had to review your standard operating procedures, whether they are actually there or not, and half the time, some of these standard operating procedures only exist in name, but have not been cascaded to operational levels so as to have organizational effectiveness and efficiency. We have looked into the broader internal control environment within the municipality and ultimately came to a conclusion that you need a new culture. It should not become common practice that municipalities should be allowed to function without audit committees. And the strength or the capacity of your municipal public accounts committee is also an area which requires intervention in the form of support. When we say intervention in the form of support, because your MPAC or your Municipal Public Accounts Committee holds both the elected public representatives as well as the senior managers in the municipality accountable for the integrated development plan as well as the service delivery business implementation plans of the municipalities. So these two focus areas are very critical to ensure that you've got effective and efficient service delivery. National government and provincial governments make provisions for division of revenue and grants. Now, some of our municipalities do not apply or access these grants, and as a consequence, service delivery is affected. A case in example is water and sanitation infrastructure. In some of the areas such as Sannieshof, Delarey, you still rely on old apartheid infrastructure. But it is not that government has not made the necessary provisions. The system of local government is not tapping into what is made available in terms of funds that are made available for the replacement of these old infrastructure. And as a consequence, this has created a vacuum or a disjuncture between your integrated development plans, your national development plans, as well as the actuality of what is done by municipalities on the ground. Another area which is of keen interest is that the National Treasury and provincial treasuries have been, since the past 4 years, introduced financial recovery plans. Financial recovery plans are not necessarily financial statements, but they look into the entire functioning of a municipality, from your document management systems to your ICT governance frameworks, from your ICT governance framework to employee labor relations, to the functioning of the local labor forum, to the functioning of the management committee, to the functioning of the portfolio committees, as well as the executive committees of council. These financial recovery plans, Chairperson, have been discretionary financial recovery plans. In our view, there is a need to move away from having these financial recovery plans as discretionary, but rather mandatory financial recovery plans, because they are tools. They are a tool through which compliance can be enforced in terms of all applicable regulations, rules, and sets of procedures and standards and norms as it affects local government. Now, these financial recovery plans are very key towards ensuring that we change the situation from the undesirable state to a desired state. Therefore, there needs to be this change management that happens within the context of our municipalities. And this change management should adopt not an evolutionary, but rather a revolutionary approach, which revolutionary approach is informed by the financial recovery plans, and which financial recovery plans will ensure that the predetermined objectives and the desired outcomes are achieved by municipalities. And in the end, basic services such as water, sanitation, roads maintenance, electrification, and other related basic services that are offered by municipalities are delivered without a hindrance. Chairperson, I do not want to be over elaborative, but just wanted to give an overview of our assessment in that respect.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mr. Motwadile. Colleagues, there is a car outside where somebody left it with windows open. The car is a grey Hyundai, registration JGF 451 NW. Please go to look into your car because your windows are open. Okay? Okay, thank you. Yeah, colleagues, I think we have come now to the essence of why we are here. And as I was saying earlier, to those that came later, is that we are in an African peer review mechanism, Northwest plenary provincial event, wherein a panel of experts are here, and I think they've been introduced to everyone who's here. This mission is here to find out from yourselves, as they have received a self-assessment report that does talk to some of the issues that we all know which is happening in the country. So they are here to hear from yourselves as civil society activists and leadership of what role is the civil society playing in assisting government. Because remember that government cannot do things on their own. They need to work very, very closer and in stronger collaboration with civil society organizations. So the mission is here to find out that indeed, as it has been covered in the report, that government is working closer with yourselves on programs that has an element of empowerment in changing the livelihood of our people. So at this particular time, we have planned this session in such a way that it becomes an interactive. In other words, we will ensure that we allow civil society representatives to speak on issues that are affecting their sector. And the way that we have planned it, we have agreed that, for example, the first speaker, whom I know, I didn't recognize earlier up until I get to her closer. Comrade Busa Ledwaba. So, Comrade Busa, you'll be the first person that we have identified that you will come and speak on women issues. We want you to give us a provincial perspective on the issues that the women's sector is confronted with in Northwest, so that the team might have a picture of what is it that is a challenge to the sector. But not only the challenge, we want to also know of good stories that the government indeed is doing in enhancing women's rights in our country. So you'll be the first one. And then the second person who will speak is Comrade Valencia Andrews. I think we all know Comrade Valencia. She will also share with us a provincial perspective on the NPOs and NGOs. What are their frustrations? What are their concerns? What are their issues? And how do the NPOs want to foster a stronger relationship with government? The issue of gender-based violence, Comrade Busa and Comrade Valencia, the mission wants to know about that. How are those issues being addressed in our country? The socio-economic imperatives, which are a hindrance to the growth of economy. The mission wants to hear something about that. And last but not least, Comrade Carol Lefo. He is also well known in this province. He's a disability activist. And we've allowed him to speak on issues that affect disability. We have seen so many policies that are being introduced to the country. Are they relevant? Do they talk to the issues that affect disability? So in that order, we'll start with you, Comrade Busa. Please come forward and let's give Comrade Busa a round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I had to greet the landowners first before I can greet the guests so that you feel welcomed. I'm Busa Ledwaba. I'm from the Platinum province, this province, and I'm from the Platinum city itself, Rustenburg. What's the old age? Okay. I was so happy when I was told that there will be a consultation for APRM in this province, because a lot of things don't happen in this province. The last time we had a consultation was about 4 years or 5 years back. We never had anything from there. And I think in this province, we are one province that's experiencing a lot of problems, more especially when it comes to service delivery. If you could have listened to Comrade Dilotsotle, when we were speaking, we were doing the same intervention together. It's a serious problem in this province. And all the problems that are in this province, they affect women more than any other person. Our province is mostly rural, and we do have that tug of war between our municipality councillors and our traditional authorities. And that thing is a problem that we are having in all our villages in this province. And then it hampers service delivery. There's no service delivery at all. The intervention we were doing in the villages in the Northwest. Because of the mining industry in this province, and more especially illegal mines that have been done, and SMME mines that have been done, because they have been given the permit, you go and apply, you are just an ordinary old woman from this village. These people who are coming with beautiful suits and they're all men. There's never been a woman in that entourage. They are all men coming with beautiful suits and big bags like this one. They give you 2,000 rand and then sign here, you are our partner, you are going to apply for us, you are going to get the permit to mine here. And they sign, our ordinary people. They say, no, we are sent from the Premier's office or the President's office. And our ordinary citizens, you find that in our villages, we find our elderly people staying in the villages while we are staying in townships and towns. So they go there during the week knowing that nobody will understand what they are doing. And what makes me mad is that they will be accompanied by a councillor who's been elected by the community to help them with service delivery issues, to protect them and to make sure that they get services. But this is the person who will be going with these people to this particular old lady to go and sign, or the old man to go and sign. And then at the end of the day, before they could even get a permit, they start mining. You go home and you don't even have a road that goes to your home, to your house, because people are mining next to the road. I'm not joking. Those who know where I'm coming from, they know the truth I'm telling. It's been there on news, it's been there on all the programs and everywhere people have been complaining. But the reason why this thing is being solved is that politicians' children are mining illegally in our land. And politicians are mining illegally. So when we have to start and talk about government service delivery, the government that is being led by politicians, I don't see any service delivery coming to us. Because as long as the politician's child is mining in your area, no police will go and arrest that boy or girl, whoever. They'll never go there and arrest them. But try it yourself. Before 2 hours, the police will be here. And this is happening in our villages where there are no jobs. So our young youth will agree to this and support these people because they get a salary from this illegal mining that is done in the area. And because there's no support for our chiefs in our areas, they always agree to these things. Then you go to the bigger companies, where I used to go and consult. They've got their social labor plans. Their social labor plans does not talk to what the community needs. It's what they want to do. And when you start saying, no, but let's go and consult the communities, they'll tell you that, oh, yes, those people don't listen. We'll get there and they'll fight and they'll do this and they'll do this. They don't consult. Even if they don't implement what they wrote on the social labor plan, nobody's going to take them accountable because they never consulted anyone. Unless that day when the Department of Mineral and Energy decides to go and check, they find that this mine have never implemented their SLP from SLP 1 to now we are on 3. They haven't implemented anything. And the community could not say anything because they were not consulted. They don't even know that there is something that is called a social labor plan and what is that thing being used for. We are having 104 informal settlements where I'm staying in Rustenburg. I don't want to talk about areas that don't have mines, but in Klerksdorp, in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda district, where there are mines, and old mines, some of them are no longer been working. We've got informal settlements, but more informal settlements are in the Bujanala district, around Rustenburg, around Madibeng, and around Moses Kotani, where there's Northam, and we've got a problem of this cross-border municipality in those mines. People are working in the mines. The line came like this. The mines are in Limpopo, but the people are staying in the northwest. The companies and everything, the shops, every malls, they're in the northwest. So our tax are going that side. We are not getting anything from this province. And we've been talking about that for years, since it started. And nothing has been done about that. I want to talk about what we are experiencing, those who are staying in the areas that have got informal settlements. You all know the story of Marikana, but I don't think you know the true story of Marikana. After the shooting, those people died, it's fine. But they had wives, they had girlfriends, they have children in those informal settlements. The mind is said to us, we are going to pay for these kids, and then the men who died, we're going to give the kids their money. But you know what happened? Only the children of those who were married benefited. These men had more than 10 children outside their marriages. Those kids are there, nobody is taking care of them. The man said, no, but we've got a marriage certificate and we've got a list of kids. So the woman who is at home is the one who's got the money there at home. These kids are suffering here. And we are in a province whereby NGOs are not funded, NPOs are not funded in this province. So even if you can have a home for those kids, you see to finish to that. And then they'll tell you that we need the municipality mayor or the MMC for this particular portfolio to write us a letter to work with you, to help you do this. And the MMC will take somebody who comes from wherever they come from. They say, come and start something here because the people want to do this. We can't find them. We want to find so and so. And because it is not their idea, it collapses. We've got orphans. The women in that area left their children in those mikukus and those shacks there. They're staying somewhere in Bleskop. Some of them are far as Amanda Bell, some of them at Northern Platts. They are staying with new men there. They've got kids there. We've got children here who does not have birth certificate, who does not even know their surnames. So those women are there because they want money. And when they get there, they get these men, they make children there. They don't even think about those kids that side. We've got so many child-headed families in the area of Bujanala, so many. Because when the men are, these men, and most of these men are not staying in Rustenburg. They come to Rustenburg, they've got girlfriends from this area or from anywhere else. On their way back from home, they pick up girlfriends, they come and stay with them here. When they are retrenched or when they pension, they go home. These kids remain here with these women. Some of them we are bearing every week. We are bearing every week. We are bearing children that we don't even know the parents. You get to Home Affairs, they ask you, how about the certificate OC? Was this child ever registered for birth? The child was born. Somewhere you've got to be bullied when you get to Home Affairs for them to help you. Where am I going to know how am I going to know if the child was registered for birth? The child is born, is here, he's dead. So please, make sure that we bury this child. We don't know the child's name. You go to their school, at the school they just got the child. You know there's this thing in our schools, in the education system in this area, or in the area where I come from. When the kids are playing outside, teachers and principals, the principals get higher salaries when the role of the school is more. So they pick up children wherever. These kids come to school. The kids is only going to have a problem when he's got to finish at that level, go to another school. Then the child does not have a birth certificate. And by that time, the parents are no longer there. The child will tell you that when she got to school, they gave her the name, they gave her the surname because the child had a name. So they gave the child the surname. But you go to the area in that area, the people in that area don't know one another. They'll tell you, oh, this one, oh, you're talking about this child. Oh, they were staying at that check, but they left a long time ago. So the child met with other children and then he went home with them. And because it's a child-headed family, the family that that particular child went to, they grew up together. It's one big happy family of children without parents. So we are having a problem. We had a research that we did. Usinjibo, I know you were the part. We had a research that we were doing around Mafikeng here at Setlagole, Rato municipality. From 8,000 kids, aged 8 to 12, 5,000 of them were pregnant. And you check with those children, you find that the pregnancy, the children were sleeping with married men. You look at the area, you check the parents, the children are staying with elderly people, their grandmothers, their grandfathers. Some of them, they're only staying with uncles and everybody else. They go wherever they want to go at any given time. Nobody is giving them, telling them anything, and they become pregnant. You find that there's this man who owns a shop, will give this child credit to take grocery at the shop. When you can't pay, you've got to sleep with him. You find that more than 50 kids are impregnated by one man. And then the police will tell you what? There's no evidence. We fought that there should be paternity tests for those people. But in the area, in our rural areas, if you are rich, police won't touch you, you are untouchable. The councillors are getting money from you. They won't say anything. So there will be this group that is coming from wherever, an NGO coming from wherever, doing a research here and come and tell the people from the area this. Even the grandmothers of those kids who said, you know what? After you finish this nonsense that you are doing, you'll be leaving, and then we won't be having food. And I'm talking about villages where there's no way of making any employment in those areas. One, they can't even do agriculture a normal way because there's no water in the area. The water table is very low. They struggle with the water to drink and wash. What more about water to irrigate the plants? Our women in this province really are so vulnerable. In the areas I'm talking about, there are men. In Rustenburg, men are more than women. If having more men was something to go about, I think I'll be having 10 because I can. We've got a ratio of 5:2 in Rustenburg. Men are more than women. So these men, even if they are sick, they plant this sickness all over these women because they've got money. You check the statistics, it's HIV/AIDS in the province, Rustenburg. Statistics of divorce in the province, you go to the Northwest province, you go to Bujanala. You check COVID, Rustenburg. Everything is happening in that area. And you know what? We've got a problem that even our councillors don't even have the capacity to can go down and find out what is happening exactly in their wards. When you tell them, who did you hear it from? But he's there every day. We've got 55 wards now. I can tell you every day when I woke up what happened in any of those wards, including the 34 of Moses Kotani, including the one of Madibeng and the 8 of Kretlin. I made it, and we made it our job in our NGO to do that. But you talk to the ward councillors, you can't get any help. The problem in our municipalities, when you get to, we were getting WhatsApps this morning when we come here. The officials, when you get to them, they ask you to sleep with them. They do that. It's not a story that is being told. They do that. You sit down with the executive mayor and the municipal manager and you tell them this person is doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It ends there. They'll never ask those people. The problem with our municipalities is that we've got directors in the municipalities, but our unit managers are having more power than directors. When they are sitting on the panel for tenders and all those things. So if the unit manager is doing something wrong, the municipal manager and the mayor won't say anything because they're benefiting from what he's doing. We've got our service delivery in this province, Bagaisong. It's a problem. I heard Red Utling talking about Swaziland. You go to the biggest municipality in the province, Rustenburg. You go to, just take a walk around Mafikeng, the capital city. areas in Mafikeng town, when it's raining, the water goes straight into the house. For so many years, there are no stormwater drainages. And each and every year, the municipality is getting the money, is getting the big grant, is getting everything. What is happening in our municipalities about the money is that they are not accountable, they don't have audit committees, and if you're a woman, you go there and complain. They'll tell you, oh, why don't your husband just make a drain there? Who said I've got a husband and who said I need a husband? But because when you don't have anybody who can talk to you, because you're just an ordinary citizen who votes and pay your water and your rates and taxes, nobody in the municipality will listen to you. And this province is different from other provinces. There's political factions in this province and they are ruling the country. I don't want to lie. They are ruling this province. People from this northwest, they saw the video of the municipality, the new elected councillors fighting in the municipality. If you ask why these people are fighting, somewhere the leadership of the province are involved. Not the people who voted for those people, no. They're taking instructions from outside. We are trying our best as civil society organizations in this province to work with our province. You give them the report after you did the audit, then the MEC will tell you that this is a lie. Like, okay, it's not a lie, I did it. I said, oh, how did you get these kids? Are there no schools in the area? If you don't know how to mobilize kids, I do. And you come up with a program, you go all out and look for money for those projects. But when it gets to the department that's supposed to work with you, then the MEC will tell you, no, we've got to take it to this particular district because he comes from there or she comes from there. Women in this province, we've got a problem. Our police don't know how to deal with GBV cases. They don't know. Our women don't report cases because they become jokes when they get to the police station. Our children, a 12-year-old will be taken by the mother to the police station to open a case. And a man who is a policeman will sit and say, Nana, what did he do to you? How did he do it? And then they've got this audacity of telling people that, this case won't go anywhere. There are magistrates, there are judges, there are prosecutors in the police station. We have been crying about this. We were doing a program on moral regeneration in schools and gangsterism. The gangsters at Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, they stopped us. I was with them, there were 70 in a room. Those kids were aged 15 to 22. They looked at me and said, Mama Batumba Mudim, oh, you look so smart, One girl wrote me a WhatsApp saying, Mama, those boys gang raped me. You can't be there alone with them. I said, how can you help us? How can we help you? No, I'm here to help you. How are you going to do it? We don't have a problem. Going around the township with guns and knives, and that means you've got a problem. Let's talk about it. But do you seriously want to help us? So yes, but when we try to pull a heist, the police get there first. They do it and they come and arrest us. They say, let's go to Orkney at the police station. We went there. When we got there, they asked the station commander to open for us, and the station commander refused. And then they got in as a group. We went to the ladies' holding cells. One lady was saying, said, no, the police has just raped me. Just now. Those boys said, that is why we are doing what we are doing. That is why we are beating this police. This is why we are killing this police. I called the station commander. By the time I called him, he was out of the police station. I had to call the cluster commander who came and then said to me, you know what? We suspended 4 last week just for this. So gender-based violence in our area, it's a joke. When you talk about it, it goes like people who were never raped will just say, wait, you know what? Maybe I'm bad luck. That's why I'm not raped. Because a lot more people are raped than those who are not raped in this province. Every day, there are hijackings. They've seen that to hijack a man, he'll fight you. They will hijack women. They don't hijack me. They even take children who walk alone from school. And I'm not talking about one area. I think those who are with us in a WhatsApp group, we had one girl who was hijacked in the morning while she was going to school. And up to today, she's not back. So when you talk gender-based violence, it's hard to explain it. It's hard to explain what is happening in this province. I don't know about other, I hear the stories about other provinces, yes. But I'm going to talk about the Northwest. In our deep rurals, children have been raped, and those kids will never go to the hospital, to the clinic, because of the attitude of the nurses at the clinic. So they stay at home. They'll never go to the police because of the attitude of the police. Cases are not reported. A lot of cases are not reported. Last week they said there was this event at Sun City. After that, I spoke to the manager. I said, you know what, 27 of my staff are sick. They tested positive. And I said to them, people will say, yes, there's no COVID in the Northwest. The people in the Northwest don't test. That's one problem, they don't test. Because if we have made a relationship with the funeral palace, in the Bujanala Command Council, every Tuesday morning, we've got a meeting with funeral palace. We check the number of people that came to the funeral palace, numbers that were buried, and then we check, they give us the stats. The stats that they give us are more than the stats that are reported of COVID. That's why we say our people don't test. Immediately when she falls down and she dies, they now say she's got COVID, but before that, that person never tested. And the only people who will know is those ones who are at the mortuary and everybody else. The people who've been with that person for the whole week don't know anything. You look at the people, you manage this thing by looking at the streets, the wards. You look at how many people in one street die in 2 weeks. And that will tell us how many people we do have. Not the stats that were. People were saying stats where they give more stats, they're doing anything. We are refusing because we see people die who never tested. We are underreporting on these tests. People are dying. And you know what? Most of these people are women. Because why? There's a funeral at this place, and then we go there, we are going to peel. And the issue that we don't cook at funerals, that is a story. It will never happen. Every funeral you go to, they are peeling, they are all there in a group. Someone is sick there. The next week, 5 people in the same row are dead. In the same street are dead. The other issue is that can show us that we are trying as civil society in this province, but we don't have support. We've got IDP forums in our municipalities. Fortunately, I was doing that intervention. That's why I know most of these things. They've nominated, appointed, whatever they did, IDP forums, integrated development forums. But you go and attend an IDP meeting, you find that 2-3 people are ward councillors, cousins and sisters and brothers. And then you check, the other one is a sister to the director, the other one is so and so. So if I don't have information as a ward councillor, how is my brother going to have that information? And those people don't say anything. They get to the meeting, they sit down, they play with their phones, they answer phones in meetings, they go out, and then you find that you are 7 in there, and then you just came to observe. And then you started participating. And then at the end of the day, you say something that they don't like, and they'll never invite you to any meeting. We are happy, Comrade Jimmy. In the Northwest, after the elections, more women got positions as mayors, as speakers, as the whips of the council. We hope that they will listen to the communities. We have already formed a structure to support them in whatever they do. And we think that because we've got women who know the struggle of other women, they will run our councils better. But I want to say something again there. I was a chairperson of the multi-party caucus in Rustenburg at some stage. You see that we were happy that we've got this vehicle that will help the women, but it doesn't. You sit down with all these women from parties, you take resolutions, looking at the agendas, you take resolutions that will benefit our women. When they get to the council, they draw the party line. The fact that the men in that council said you are not going to say this, you'll see them in the morning when they enter, they'll never greet you. You know that, oh, shame. That means the story we are dealing with has just ended somewhere in the corridors of the caucuses of different political parties. So we still need to go back and educate our people from political parties. Because these women, when they are there, they are just subjects of the men who are in those councils. Now I had to leave. I said, I'm not doing anything sensible here. I just have to leave. Because every day you become angry, your blood pressure goes up, your blood sugar goes up because people don't want to do the right things. So there are policies, there are measures in this government that can improve service delivery, but they are not implemented. That's the problem that we are having. And because of the corruption in our government, from municipalities to provincial government, they don't want to engage civil society. How can when you come, they say, oh God, here she comes. Please, 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 you know, here, when she says something, don't support her. And we've got those hallelujah girls and yes men who will always agree to our politicians and they won't support anything that you say. You find that they say, if they say they are funding organizations, they're talking about the 20,000, 18,000 that they are giving to their friends. Not organizations that are making an impact and that are challenging government on their wrongdoings. So in this province, one man manager called me and said, you know what, can you organize all the orphanages in your area for me? I said, yes. But we had orphanages. They are all closed because they are not funded. So where do you start? But as I'm saying, we need to look at all the policies and people who are supposed to implement them. Firstly, let's start with the level of government that is at the community level, that is the local government. If we can put our local government in order, if we can make sure that we hold our local government accountable, if we can make sure that people who are working in our municipalities are skilled and are qualified to do the jobs. Before I end, while I was doing the intervention, there was an area that did not have water for 9 days. I went to the people who I was told they were engineers and whatnot. I got there and I said, where's the water? They said, we don't know, the water just disappeared. And we are talking about 100 and something thousand people who were not getting water for 9 days. I called the engineer from the department, said, let's go and see. And he goes, no, there's no water disappeared. They've locked these valves. I said, you know what, do me a favor. Open these valves and break them. He opened them and break them. Shem, we never had a problem with water. I don't know whether that was done because people were not skilled, people did not know what to do, or that was a political plot because we were going for local government elections. So, Babu Jimmy and our team, our problem is that our policies are not implemented and people do not do their job. That is why we are having poor to no service delivery in our areas. And I think the other issue that we must look at is the traditional authorities. We've got the Khoisan and the Traditional Authority Act. It came out last year, May. I don't know where it's going to be implemented because the department that's supposed to do that, when we were doing an intervention for that, they said, hey, you know what, let's look at where we can get votes. Don't worry about those. So we've got good policies, as I'm saying, and this Khoisan and Traditional Act will help us so much in our villages. Because in the Northwest, most of the chiefs and most of their disagreement with the royal families end in court. We've got so many cases in court. We've got so many administrators that are in our villages. But what are they doing? They are administrating the finances. We've got what we call a D account. I know, ooh, I'm burning bridges, but we've got what is called a D account in this province, where all the monies from the mines from different villages and tribes are going into that account. You go and ask any, if they know how much is in the account and if they know how to get the money. The Bapo, now they're still fighting for their 600 million. Bakhatla fighting for their money. The only tribe that has never put their money into the D account and they're doing so well is Bafokeng Kopokeng at Pokeng. They've never done that and they're doing so well. The others are lying in poverty, but the D account has got more than 20 billion. And the money disappears every year. When I was sent to do an intervention at Bapalani, I said to them, I helped them to open the trust, and I said, you are not going to send the money to the D account. Because they didn't know even that they've got the money in the D account. They've got 450 million in the D account. They never knew about it. The money was 1 billion. It's now at 450. Where did the money go to? And there's been a cry ever since Comrade Popo was here when the D account was created. Comrade Edna was here, Comrade Tandi was here, everybody was here. D account is always coming out from the Auditor General, from the Public Protector, but nobody is doing anything about it. Thank you.
A second round of applause for Comrade. Thank you very much, Comrade Musa. You have inspired us. And what I like about what you are saying is coming from your heart. It's coming from the experiences that you have witnessed at the community level. You didn't come here to lie or deceive, or you want yourself to put yourself as a relevant person in the face of the panel of experts. But you are saying something that you have seen it. You wanted to intervene at a particular time, but opportunities were not provided to you. The tools were never provided to you, not only to you, but other colleagues. Thank you for that. Mamu Valencia, we are calling you to come forward. Please, let's mind the time, colleagues. Let us mind the time. Let us be specific. Let us be concise. Let's bring issues that were never mentioned probably by Mamu Busa. So, Comrade Valencia and this. Thank you. Let's clap our hands for her.
Dumelang, good morning, Sani Bonani. Just another hand is again. Thank you so much. Kandi mic 8 kom. Can it go out? All right. Okay. Will you please come and assist me? Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, without wasting any time, I'm going to try. Thank you. I would like to firstly thank the Lord Jesus for us to be here. He is the one who's given us the strength and the ability, the wisdom that we find ourselves in His presence. And for that, we'd like to let us just give a round of applause to Him, because He's the one who is the Alpha and Omega and the beginning and the ending. Amen. Hallelujah. And of course, I would like to thank the Program Director, Mr. Jimmy Kochana, who is the President of ANET, where I am serving as the national spokesperson, and my name is Valencia Andrews as a chaplain, a minister, and of course an ambassador of the whole global, meaning that I'm here to make sure that our people's lives are in a good condition. And of course, thank you so much for the APRM, APRM team. We love you and we are so thankful that you are here. And of course, we believe that you are only not here to come and listen. Hallelujah. We are only not here to come and listen. Let us just give them a hand, because we believe that something is really going to happen. A change is going to happen out of this. Before I actually go ahead, I would like to thank Mama Ledwaba, Sis Busa. We love you. I know that we engage a lot in Salga as well. We meet, when we really love your community. We engage at the level of the Salga women, as well as we sometimes sometimes invited to go and also speak to councillors and mayors. So we always meet there in Mama Ledwaba. Thank you so much. Let us give you a round of applause. Thank you. Before I go ahead, I would like to say APRM, we are having a serious challenges. So I believe on behalf of the Northwest, and of course, thank you for all of you who are here, the arts sector, the NPO, like whoever is here, and also managing to listen when I send an invite and you came in numbers. I can see, I'm truly, truly humbled and truly touched to see that the Northwest Province, most of the case, the problem that we are having is the information is there, but as the people, what we only want to do, we end up wanting to just tway and thinking that for you to receive something, you have to tway without following the right procedures, without knowing how to also submit the relevant documents for you to can be able to be assisted. So I am happy to find that as and when every time I request that please there is an information session, come and have a right hand, like you can be able to engage and be able to have an information at that particular time. Give yourself a very serious round of applause for that. Going back to the APRM, I believe that this is a serious engagement. It is people have wasted their time. They've left everything, including myself. I'm from the Northwest, but I had to drive from wherever I came from. And of course, it's really it is money, it is everything. So because people's lives are not in good conditions at the moment, that is why they are here. I hope and I believe that as and when you go and report back to the presidential office, that will be authentic and nothing else. I don't know how to start, but I'm going to try and be brief. It is true what Mama Busa has said, and the speaker that have just mentioned about our municipalities that are not capacitated in terms of skills, and you find people being in leadership that does not have information of, or rather the skills of what to do and how to do things. And looking into the gender-based violence, when you look into the gender-based violence, it involves almost everything. There you find the socio-economic conditions. Papa Jimmy have just requested that I should touch on the socio-economic conditions. When you look at the gender-based violence as it is, it includes almost everything. Everything that is happening, it starts with, it's part of the gender-based violence, because within we find the dynamics, we find the effects and all that. It is exactly what is causing everything to be where it is today. Because I am just surprised, Papa Jimmy and the APRM, because I believe that it is not right that government gives out legislations to govern each and every single whatever that is happening. When you're looking into, there's no way in which a government can run without constitution, its own policies, its own acts. We find also whereby the issues whereby there should be amendments that should be done. The amendments are being done, but yet nothing is being followed. So when you're looking into because of the fact that we're having a problem whereby the non-profit organization, your civil societies are not being supported. Then when you look back, when you go back to the contents of the act, when you look into the Gender-Based Violence Act, the Domestic Violence Act, you look into the Human Rights, you look into the Children's Act, then you will ask yourself, why did they even bother to end up actually sitting down and go to as far as drafting all those constitutions of which nothing is being followed? Because when you look into the gender-based, the Domestic Violence Act, where it is stated within the act that stakeholders, we should, as and when government has to attend to the socio-economic conditions, as and when government has to attend to resolving issues around, they are guided by the Constitution, they are guided by the Domestic Violence Act, of which it states that all the other different departments should work together. That involves your SAPS, that involves your DSD, your social development, that involves your legal, your justice department, that involves your faith-based organization, which is your NGOs, that involves even the education and the health department. But when you look at it, is so depressing to understand that this is just in papers. You know, when you look at South Africa, when you look at what government, what the Constitution, and we look at all the contents of all the different acts, it's awesome. I'm telling you, if only these things can be able to be implemented, I'm telling you, we will be one of the beautiful countries. Can we just give ourselves a big hand that if only that can be able to be implemented, we will be a free country. We will be able to be in a very good conditions. But when it's surprising, why are we then, why can't the civil societies not being supported? Because it is written, it is noted that the faith-based organization, because now when the police has to attend to the case of gender-based violence, they cannot do it alone, because then what happens is the DSD should comes in. Because now probably then there is an issue like Mama has just mentioned that people, even women, they end up not wanting to go and report because they are being laughed at. And that's what caused that is only because of the fact that there is not enough education. So what my point, what I'm trying to also mention here is the civil society is not supported, because if the civil societies can be supported, the civil societies are there and they are available to say, we are willing to offer training, to offer workshop, to offer campaigns, to go and educate the community. Because when the community knows their rights, when the community knows how to be treated by whatever government department, which is your SAPS, which is your DSD, which is your justice, which is whatever the department of government, then things like that won't be able to be happening. You wouldn't find women wanting to sleep with an official of government that are supposed to be paid. They would know that I know this is my right. You are not doing me any favor. It is within the right. It is within my right that I have to receive this kind of information. So now, what I'm trying to say is, truly speaking, the civil societies, they are not supported, because if they were supported, we could even go to as far as educate the education department, because when you look at the education department as well, they go to as far as expelling, dismissing the children that are being very, their behaviors are not good. What happens is these children, because of what is happening, the lack of education, the lack of information, because of their parents end up being so desperate, then these children, they end up going to as far as abusing substances. Can you see when I'm talking about now, this is more like a circle. The children end up abusing substances, and what happens now is crime goes high. Because now these children are abusing substances and they end up becoming gangsters. So it is more like it's just one thing. But that is why I said it's more like a cycle. So if unemployment was attended to, we couldn't have found women staying in a relationship that they are being abused, because that is a dynamic. These are the dynamics. They are staying in that relationship and protecting they are staying in that relationship and protecting their abusers only because of one of few pointers, which is your unemployment, your finances, your status. Others are saying, I'm a teacher. Others are saying, I'm a teacher, I'm scared. People will say, I don't have to say that I'm being abused because I'm a teacher. Others are feeling that I'm a police officer. How can I go out and say I am being abused because people does not want to know? But they forget that now they are causing a cycle where now this child, the effects thereof, the child is going to end up becoming a gangster. He's going to end up, then crime rate is going to rise because of that. So in essence, what I'm trying to say here is we are not supported as civil societies. And it's surprising because we have like all these acts that I've just mentioned, the Child Justice Act, the Labor Act, the Liquor Act, and all that. I want to quickly tap into another issue. We're looking into COVID-19, APRM. It is so surprising to find that COVID-19 is receiving 100% attention, but we find that we have been having pandemics, and we are still having pandemics like your gender-based violence, your gangsterism, and all those kind of things. Crime. People are not even safe in their own homes. But it is surprising that now it's only about COVID-19. We ask ourselves, it's like when you are not having, I'm not saying, look, you must understand, I'm not saying people must go around not wearing their mask and whatever. But can't the very same attention be given to crime? Can't the very same attention and budget be also allocated to gender-based violence? Can't the very same attention and even budget be allocated to civil societies so that they can be able to attend to social ills that is happening in our country, of which is not happening? So I believe this is something that can be done. So it is not only about COVID-19. So every now and then there is money for COVID-19. There is your soldiers, and everybody must come from everywhere with the Karevat Noni, everywhere. But all the other issues that are also a serious issue, they are not being attended to. We also find the issue of the young people, like your men and your girl, the boy child and a girl child that are not being attended to. Because if there could be an education, and if there could be employment for them, we understand that, I believe that crime rate will actually go down. And it is so surprising every time when you get into the newspapers, you see there is 10, 15 women are being killed. And this man, when you look into how long has this man been committing this crime, you find that he has started with this. He went to that. He went to that. This particular person will only be prosecuted after he committed 20 rapes, and maybe he even killed 20 women. Then you ask yourself, what is happening with our justice system? What is happening with our policing? So that is the issue that we find. And also when you see our government officials commenting, is the only word that they say there, it is, we condemn the action. Ek dink ons is moeg vir daai. I mean, why do they all of a sudden decide to condemn the action while they could have prevented? Because I believe that prevention is better than cure. If we have our social, the civil societies that are here, that are saying we are here, we are willing to help, we have centers. It is true, truly speaking, that we are not being supported. There are centers for drugs and substances. There are centers for battered women. There are centers for children. But there is no one who's doing anything to support such. You find us using our own resources, our own monies, our own houses to accommodate those women that are being battered, running away with their children. But when you go to government say, praise the Lord. Can we give ourselves a big hand for the very good job that we are doing? So I just want to say the most important thing that I would like to mention to you as APRM is, if, as and when you go back to the president, we requesting as civil society that we are available and we have the skills to can be able to educate, so that we are, remember, Papa Jimmy has just said, we don't have to only talk about the problems, we don't have to only to talk about the problems and challenges, but we need to come up with solutions. There are a lot, maybe I could also talk about myself. There are other drug and substance centers, of which I have one. I have another one that I'm dealing with women that are battered and children, but I don't have any support from anywhere, you know. So you find that we as civil society, we are trying from our side to say, let me have this center. But you find that you'll have it for 20 years still trying. You go and request somewhere to go and build a brick sinyana and all that. And you find that most of those parents, that their children are using substance, sometimes they don't even have enough money to can be able to assist when their children are going through those kind of issue, the challenge of drugs. So that is why we're trying to assist that. Can we then accommodate you here and then rehabilitate and do 1, 2, 3? Those centers are there, but they are not really supported. Then you ask yourself, but the Constitution says we all have interdepartmental responsibilities as we come in as faith-based organization, non-profit organization, to say, here we are here to assist, but then we don't have support. As I close, I'm not going to talk too much because I believe Mama has spoke a lot on that. Yeah, as I close, I would like to say it is very, very important that as an APRM, please go back and say, us as civil society, we are totally not happy about how things are done. Can government go and revisit the Constitution, revisit all the acts, and of course also, like it is mentioned, that let it not be that there is an issue whereby they are talking about whistleblowing. So there is nothing wrong to whistleblow, but when you are saying to the community that they should whistleblow, they must say if somebody has done something. So you are actually telling us as the community that you are not responsible enough. There's nothing wrong for us to whistleblow, to check one another. But I mean, it is within the responsibility of government to can make sure that they have measures in place that are monitoring and evaluating the whoever, let me say, this person is a police officer. If you are a police officer, why do I have to now do your work by coming and whistleblow? And of course, if I come as a community to come and whistleblow and say so-and-so has done something else, what happens is the very same police officers or the very same government, they are not protecting you enough. They go and say, but we are told by so-and-so. Why? So people want to hide behind the issue of whistleblowing, because I believe there should be measures in place to say, the police are doing this. If you are a councillor, if you are so-and-so, you are appointed to do 1, 2, 3 job. And there should be somebody who is monitoring you, and there should be a checklist to find out whether you are doing your job. And there should be a job description that says, are you doing well? And the development plan to check at the back that how far are you, and then you must report. So people are hiding behind the issue of whistleblowing. They are actually saying now they are appointed for them to just sit and not do anything, and then the community must continue doing each and every single one else's job. As I close, I would like to thank all of you for being here. I would like to thank APRM. I'd like to thank you, Papa Jimmy. And of course, thank Papa Jimmy as the president of ANET, that as the NPO Alliance, we are here to make sure that we change the world. We are here not only to fight, not only to see the problems and challenges, but here to make sure that together we build this world to be a better place for each and every single one. Thank you so much.
Sorry, let's give a big round of applause. Much, Valencia, with those enriching words. Let's give now our colleague, Comrade Carol. Comrade Carol is very much well known in this part of the world, championing and representing the interests of the disability sector. Because I think it is important to note that disability sector is also a very, very crucial component in the development trajectory of this country. We can't exclude disability sector. And we want to know, Comrade Carol, the country review mission, they're here. They want to know that you guys in the sector, are you happy with how things are happening? And what is it that could be done to better the lives of the disabilities? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. Dumela Magaicho. No, Karele Robert. Karele Robert. Can I do that, sir? Bonang suna ufihlile Jesu ngaka yabatu ole rato usibete bonankie naji obito lerateha kele lelitlehaka halibinwa ha libi Noa ke batu lebitso la. Chairperson, I saw that people were asleep. So I wanted them to listen my short message. Because everybody spoke or speak what I wanted to speak around. But my only thing is to mainstream and link issues. Because when you speak around issues of disability, you say this Northwest, it's a poverty-stricken area. The most vulnerable people is us, people with disability. When you spoke around issues of mining areas and children, it's us that we are struggling. When you speak about women who are raped in this side of the country, it's us as people with disabilities who are vulnerable. Now, that is why I'm saying, I'm just mainstreaming issues of disability on the speakers who spoke around issues that they spoke about. Now, Chair, I wanted to speak around the issue here, the location of Northwest. So that when I spoke around issues of disability, you must understand the situation. But the last speakers did mention how vast and rural is Northwest. And you know Northwest. I hope so. You have made your research around this area. Now, if I spoke around issues of the location, I will waste your time. But I just want to emphasize that we are still having everyday challenges as people with disabilities. Isolation is a problem. It's a challenge. Segregation is a challenge. Poverty is a challenge. Charity and even pityness around our communities is still there. Maybe if I put it ka Setswana, just to say we still have around issues that civil, political, economic, social, cultural, and developmental rights as people with disabilities is a challenge to us. Now, most speakers who are standing here, Chair, they spoke around issues of political problems. Our Northwest, it's true that the government is having nice and clear legislation. I agree with the former speaker, Ndati, who was MM or MD. I agree with him. We have nice and clear legislation. The problem is the implementation part of it. Madam, you can take the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. I quote here only few articles. Article 9, accessibility, and Article 19, living independently and being included in the communities. Now, we have a white paper, which I don't know what is the problem. Why is Nimulao, that white paper, on the rights of people with disability? And that article is having 9 pillars. I like number 1 pillar, which speaks around issues of barriers, accessibility, and participation. And that is the key challenge of us here. We have rural areas like Mama Nabuile, the last speaker. We have rural areas here. I can make an example of a rural area. I know, I almost visiting it. It's having most critical challenges on disabilities. They still hide their children with disability from the communities. Those areas in Taung, deep rural, Lower Majakoro and Upper Majakoro, deep rural areas. Those areas in Pitidishulejang, those areas in Northwest, people are still treating people with disability as not human beings. Now, when I'm speaking about accessibility, shortly, Northwest is doing good on structures. We have systems in place in Northwest. We have forums. We participate in government developments. But the most critical issue in that area is political issue. Because you can't really have a forum and, for example, you have a coordinator in the office of the mayor. The coordinator, he or she is not disabled. He or she doesn't know, she is clueless about issues of disability. But she or he is a coordinator. When you ask about these articles that I have already mentioned to you, Article 9 and Article 17, they are clueless. When you talk about this bill that I'm talking about, that deals with the most critical issue of barriers in the municipality, they are clueless. Now, if the government is having leaders who are clueless on their own legislation, it's a challenge for us as communities. Now, the speaker on Abuaka local government level, He spoke around local government level. He said there is deviations. Deviations are not only on employment. They are also on the legislation he was talking about. Because really, for me, if the national government is giving MIT funds for the municipality, infrastructure funds and other stuff, and the person who's giving that out and give what is the correct English? What is the correct English? They say they give you a fund, maybe you will correct my English. That fund is strictly for what the government want you to do with it. You can't deviate from that. What is that grant called? Conditional. I want the word conditional. Now, if government can't do conditional on the issues of disability, who's going to implement this legislation of disability? No one can do. But we like that government, if government is having conditional grants, for the infrastructural issues, because we have accessibility problems as people with disability in the whole country, the country must come up with a legislation that is conditional strictly to barriers. This morning when I enter here, I ask myself, what if I come with my wife or my cousin with a wheelchair? What will happen? I must always say, but your room is not accessible. Now I wonder, because I don't see any interpreter here, whether my colleagues in my structure will hear or will understand what I'm saying, because there is no sign language here. Sign language. For example, of accessibility. There is no one who's interpreting what I'm saying. And I know, because I encourage my sector to go into your line, Nanzika, in your Zooming issues, so that they will be here with me, what I'm saying about them. Because you know my t-shirt, Manav, is very nice. You know the writings are this side. When I go like this, they are getting straight. Nothing about us without us. You go for local government. I'm a former mayor of Makwasi Hills municipality. And if you do your research well, Makwasi Hills is now having another disabled person after this election as a mayor. Was the first municipality in this province to have a disabled person as a mayor. Is now again having in this, as we speak, the mayor is on a wheelchair. Now, the municipality is an example in Northwest. Anyhow, I was not complaining, Chairperson. I just wanted to say that, yes, we agree as a sector that we need to come up with a monitoring tool which is tough enough to monitor municipalities. Not only on service delivery, certain service deliveries like roads and other stuff, but the mainstreaming of issues of disability, children, must also be included. Like I said, that if you come up with a condition, that conditional grant must also include the barriers issues, the inaccessible issues, the structure issue, because it's infrastructure. When I go to the documents of municipalities and check on the grants that are giving infrastructure grant, it does not include the issues that I'm talking about. Maybe if the committee can go back to the president and say, Presidency, it must start right from the president to give an order. All the departments, because departments, when they budget for people with disability issues, they don't budget for the real issues that I'm raising here. They only budget for awareness, which is not there. Awareness is the key issue, but the awareness is not there yet. But it's so many years that they budget smaller amounts for awareness. You will get a t-shirt and a meal and go home. But when you arrive at Pitidi Shulojwang, your problems still exist. We have transportation problems. For example, I don't want to go with my list. I just want to pick them up. Transport. Everybody knows here, the manufacturers, the manufacturers, they don't care. They sell vehicles which are not accessible for us. And we are also taxpayers. I'm driving an automatic car. Automatic car is expensive in South Africa. I don't know whether in your countries, how much is an automatic car. When I want an extra accessories in my car, I pay extra. It's a challenge for us. Government must do something with that. When we go to the ATMs, sometimes a wheelchair, for example, a wheelchair user can't use any ATM because they are higher than him. He's supposed to be assisted on the ATM. I want to be accessible. I want to reach everything. Access. Everybody, like everybody. Because I'm paying tax, I'm voting like anybody. I'm a voter. I'm also a politician like everybody. When I speak around issues of politics, madam, the rights Tsarona in politics are not. We are not free in politics. Maybe political parties must sit down and also look on that. Last time when I have a presentation with the IEC, I said to the IEC, you are saying you deal with equity. Now, when the certain political party is giving you a list, and that list is with women and youth, you say you take the list right. A list without people with disability. Why can't the law, this legislation that we are talking about of equity, why can't it be implementable on the issues of listing? Party list must include women, youth, and people with disability. We have crisis in politics because in connection with mainstream issues that I raise, in connection with accessibility that I raise, we have those crises because political people who are taking decisions on our legislations, they don't be aware, they don't even care about being aware with disability issues. When they go for education, for example, ECDs, children with disability don't have their own ECDs centers. Because our educational system does not come with a model that will teach an educator how to handle a person or a child with disability. At a later stage, that child, for example, myself, I was from the model Sabi standard 1, standard 2. I only got in my Sabi grade when I was 10 years old. I was with some kids. I was the oldest in the class when I started my schooling. I didn't go for the ECD. There were no ECD in our years. But I was late for school. Now, the departments are doing the adverts for the employment, looking for people who are qualified. Where are you going to get them? Where are you going to get a person with disability with degree in this? Yes, because your universities are not accessible, your ECDs are not accessible, your schools are not accessible. Even even though I'm old now to go to school, you gave me what are you giving now for learnership? What do you call all this learnership? You give a learnership, and on your learnership, your criteria of a person who's supposed to be a right person for that learnership, it does not. I don't qualify as a person with disability. You gave. I'm 45. You say you want 35 years learnership. My age are higher than the level who I am. I got late at school. You come up with a learnership. You put age on that. I'm old for that. But I went to school with the same group because of accessibility and discrimination. Now, if the government can fix that, everybody, like civil society, we are here. Churches, crèches, NGOs, because if I can say any NGO with a person with disability in the front desk, you'll always find them as a receptionist. Go to the department, do your study, go to the department. We have people with disability more than 20, 35 years as a receptionist. You go to the municipalities, somebody will say, no, I'm a coordinator for people with disability. But if you ask me one question, what is pillar number 1 of the bill white paper consist of? Dololo. Dololo. In conclusion, Chair, I don't want to waste time. Yes, I agree with the former speakers. And I just want to include the mainstreaming issues of disabilities. Just include them. When you cry about crime in South Africa, the whole South Africa, not only Northwest. In Northwest is worse because it's a rural area. Roads are bad. Even the police station is far. When you call, there is no network sometimes. Since this load sharing issues is a problem. Now imagine when we are a disabled person. The drought issue also, it's worse. This thing of getting water for people with disabilities is a problem. Just to get out and fetch water. The issue of grants, I wanted to stop. Where is the chairperson? Chairperson, I wanted to stop. But the issue of grants, I want to say something about the issue of grants. Grants, maybe the grant issue must be monitored. Whether this grant is working for us as people with disability or not. Because to me, it's bringing that dependency syndrome than ending. You know, this theme says nothing about me without me, but you give me a grant, I'll depend to the grant itself. I won't do anything for myself. I'll just to tick, when is the next grant? And when you look at maybe that's why I'm saying monitoring. When you look at the usage of the grant itself, it does not benefiting the beneficiary. You can't have a future on the grant money. Maybe the grant must be the starter to something. Government must do a grant which will start something for people with disability, a business-wise. Something that can bring income for that person. Not something to bring him closer to his grave. Because people are getting grants, getting closer to their graves. You just tick every month, you tick the next month grant, when is it, where is it, that is it. You go and fetch it and misuse it. Nobody will never monitor to what have you done with the grant, what have that grant done to your life. There is no change. You stay on the wheelchair, filthiness, get grant. Whether you get drunk with that, government doesn't care, just give money out. The result and the value of the money, nobody cares. Now, Chair, thank you very much to give me this opportunity. I just want to record, Chair, I know it's many years back that you didn't come in such meetings. In future, Chair, if we can get the report itself so that we can, when we debate like this, to value the report from the government and our reports, you value to say, okay, the government says this is what is happening. It is not what is happening. The real issue on the ground is this one. We don't have a report, all of us. We just give inputs where we think that those are the challenges. But if we can maybe in future get the report and familiarize yourself with the report and give input on the report, it will help us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, comrade. Thank you. Thank you, comrade Carol. We need people like yourselves. Need activists like yourself, comrade Carol. People that can articulate and talk about the issues that affect their sector. What I like about your input, you were not talking here just to buy the face from the panel of experts, but you are talking about issues that are frustrating and affecting the sector. And you provided some solutions or recommendations, so to speak. So thank you very much, comrade. And we must give all the civil society representatives a final round of applause. Please, comrades. Yeah. Comrades, what we will do now, I think before I can announce, I've been told that there were 2 phones that were picked up at the ladies' area. So please, those 2 colleagues that have lost their cell phones, can they go to the reception and identify themselves? They are available, those cell phones. So please, I see there's a hand at the back of somebody saying that, I don't know whether it's you, but please make sure that you go. Yeah, okay. And then 2, comrades, let's break now. Let's break now for only 50 minutes. The time now is 11:45, quarter to 1. So can we please come back at 1? Because now we're going to be at the final stage where we will entertain questions and answers from yourselves, and as well as from the APRM review, country review mission. So the tea, coffee, juice at the back, and some few snacks are available. So please make yourself at home. Yeah, but come back please at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
1, 2, check.
Colleagues, comrades,
Hi,
can I get your attention?
Jimmy.
We're
Jimmy,
gonna start
can you hear
now.
me?
Those people that are outside, please could they come inside?
Jimmy, can you hear
We're
me?
gonna be proceeding now with the final stage.
Jimmy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I thought that there was a problem with the connection or something. Thank you, Jimmy.
Okay. There was a break. Deputy Chair.
Yes,
Deputy Chair.
yes, Jimmy. I was a bit lost because at some point there was a connectivity issue,
Oh.
but yeah, I thought that maybe I'm missing something because I'm waiting. If all is in order, Jimmy, you can. I'm fine. Now
Yeah.
I'm happy that you have responded. Thank you, because I've been trying to send messages to Dr. Sokela, and I don't get responses. So thank you, Jimmy, for letting me know there's no connectivity. I thought I was maybe going crazy or something, or there's a connection problem.
No, I think what we had a break for 15 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't get a
Yeah,
response.
so
because
we are back now.
sending-
We're going to
Okay.
commence now with our final Q&A session.
Okay, Jimmy. Okay.
We anticipate to finish by 2 o'clock, and then 2 o'clock we'll go for lunch.
Oh, okay, Jimmy. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I was just a bit
Okay.
worried.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we can't wait for people that are outside. We cannot do that. I think there was a call that we will take a 15 minutes break. And I think we've got a time constraints because the team from here, we have to drive to Polokwane so that tomorrow we can do the very same thing that we're doing here. So we are pressed with time, and we want to make sure at least by 2 o'clock we conclude all the proceedings with our plenary session. here in Northwest. So, colleagues, what I wanted to say was the following. That one, I think all of us, we have heard, we have listened, our colleagues from the civil society made some good, constructive remarks and deliberations. And I think we have arrived at a particular time where now we will allow for questions. Not only questions, but clarities that might be sought. One, it will come from the African Peer Review Country Review Mission. In other words, our panel of experts. Probably they have some questions that they would like to pose to Comrade Busa, Comrade Karel, Valencia. So please, comrades, from yourselves, we must not only allow these three comrades to clarify. If you feel that there's a pertinent issue that has not been addressed, probably which was raised by the panel of experts, please feel free to add. That's one. I don't know what's the hand is all about, Sisi. I'm trying to explain. Is there something that you want to say? Oh, okay. So we want to allow everybody to participate in this process. As I was saying, that we've got an hour to do that. And then two, please, colleagues, because we are pressed with time, please make sure that you prepare your questions. Okay? Prepare your questions, be brief, be sharp, be concise, and to the point. We don't expect speeches here. Okay? We expect you to raise your questions. Or if you're seeking a clarity, just say, what is it that? And please say to who? Probably in the civil society. If you want to say something to the disabilities, say so. If you want to say something to the NPO sector, say so. Or to whoever was doing the presentation. Or I don't know whether our colleague from the academic is here. But Mr. Chuma, the DDG, is still available. I can see him. So if you feel that you want to say something, raise an issue on government, which was presented, feel free to say that, okay? But please, let that be brief, concise, so that we could manage this process. And it's not for me only to moderate, but I think you must also assist me, so that at the end of the day, we conclude what we are here to achieve. We are here to achieve a consensus position from yourselves. We want to know what are those trail of issues, that you are raising, that you feel that you will address. And I'm glad that, I don't know whether he's gone or what now, or I think it's still available, Mr. Chuma from the Premier's office. So you could say that, whatever I want to say. So that's the way that I wanted us to carry on and proceed with the questioning session. I will start from this side, okay? I will start with my panel of experts. They've got some questions that they've prepared, and they're raising them not to Karel, but they're raising them to yourselves. So if you feel that you can respond promptly in a way that you think it will help, it will enhance our discussion, please feel free to do that. So I'll start from this side, and then this row, and then up until the last one. Please be brief, concise, be sharp, to the point, so that we allow other people to come and follow you. I'll start on this side.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Ibrahim Nye, on the democracy and political governance thematic area. And I have two questions. One is actually general, and the second is specific. The general question has to do with what is your assessment about the political process in the country? For instance, the performance of the Electoral Commission and the inclusion of women, young people, and people with disabilities in political party structures. That's one. And the second, I heard about the conflict between traditional authorities and the municipal councillors. What are the causes of these conflicts, and how do these conflicts impact the general governance and service delivery programs of the councils and the traditional authorities?
Thank you, Doc. So I hope you have jotted down those questions, and then we will proceed to the other. Yes, Doc?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks to all the presenters. What great presentations that we have been privileged to listen to this morning. So my first question goes to the DDG that is joining us virtually. We are here. One of the reasons I am Vivian Atut, and from the socioeconomic or sustainable socioeconomic sub-thematic area. So we are really concerned about issues of socioeconomic development, and what we have heard from the community here really boils down to lots of socioeconomic development issues. I would like the DDG to give us briefly or send us some reports, but starting by some brief answers. On the progress, we heard civil society tell us about the fact that they haven't seen implementation of the NDP to the extent which brings satisfaction to the people. So if they can give us progress on basic things about water, whether it's electricity, whether it's dealing with some of these issues, if they can give us some progress on what has been done in the province from what we have heard, that will give us guidance in terms of some of the things that we would be reporting as far as issues of socioeconomic development and the progress and the challenges are concerned here in the Northwest Province. My second question really, we were in the Northern Cape yesterday, and when we talked about issues of disability, one of the presenters, it's like you were in the same meeting, because he said he couldn't invite his deaf colleagues to this meeting because it was obvious they were not going to cater. And when we came here today, you said the same thing. So it's a challenge, because when we can see that people, you raise issues of disability, which are not social issues, they are actually issues of rights of disabled people, not mainstreamed in local government or provincial government. So I would like to get two perspectives, both from the government, what we are saying and what we have heard and experienced, because we can't counter the fact that we haven't catered for issues of disability in this meeting. And what is the government? So this is just a teaser. We don't know what happens in other forums. So what is the government doing really to take issues of disability, which are not social? These are basic disabled people's rights issues, and the government has rectified a lot of these conventions. The government has these white papers and other documents. What is the plan for the province to implement this? And also, if the brother there can give us some ideas, maybe the government can take some ideas from the community itself to see how to take this forward, so that when we come in the next review, we shouldn't have the same issues, because we got this live at the Northern Cape, and we come here and you've used just the same example, and it's so clear that nothing is being done in these two provinces on those issues. The next one is about the feminization of poverty, which is linked, as the colleague from the NPO linked it to gender-based violence and women being trapped in abusive relationships because of this poverty. So we would also like some guidance. I mean, the president recently have formed all kinds of commissions on poverty and dealing with issues of GBV. And I like the example that the colleague used, that if we could open up all resources to deal with COVID, that shows the potential that if the government has the will and the commitment to deal with GBV, it can be done. So one of the things we would like to hear from the colleague, the DDG, is what is stopping government from committing to dealing with gender-based violence, mainstreaming it in all spheres of government? What is the challenge and what could be the solution? Because it's shown from COVID that it can actually be done. So we would like to get those responses. And if civil society, the issue of reactive government was mentioned, if we have some input on how do we get government more proactive to these issues of socioeconomic development, that will help us as we continue to really give more input to enable that when we come for the next review, we will get progress. Because actually the reason for these interventions or this forum is so that we get your input and we make those recommendations so that we can see visible progress. Next time we come, we can actually see the sign language interpreter and other things to show us visible progress. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. Any further questions from this row? No, my friend. Don't do that. Don't do that, please. Any person from this row want to raise questions? Okay. So let's come now to this row. Any hands? Prof, I'll start with you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to everyone that have presented today, the 4 presentations. I will go straight to the questions. So I will just, and the first one is just a request, especially from the academia, and that has to do with the report or what the presentation he made. If you can send a report around that presentation to us, it's very important. Some of the issues they raised are actually part of what have been raised in the country self-assessment report that we've noted, and they are quite huge. And he also made some recommendations. So we would love to have any document from him as regard that issue. The second one I've been taken apart by my colleague. I will just try to emphasize that and this goes to the civil society. Yes, the second presenter, that if you have some recommendations, especially specific to the issue of implementation that you've discovered, and we would love to note those recommendations, and that will be helpful for us, and it will go directly into what we are doing. The other one has to do with the disability, but I think I'll just leave it there. He has made a very passionate call to ensure that we mainstream issue of disability. And the moment we begin to think of ourselves as a potential person that can also be disabled, they will begin to think of ways in making life better for everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, mine are not questions, but they are requests. We are kindly requesting for maybe reports that show statistics on on issues of gender-based violence, abused children, so that we can correctly capture it in the report, as well as recommendations. Maybe if we can have recommendations, maybe 2 on the issues on disabilities, 2 on gender-based violence, 2 on children issues, and lastly 2 on access to justice, so that we can clearly incorporate in the report, because I believe the issues were really clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I've got 2 questions that are critical in the context of corporate governance. Right. I'll also make some requests for some statistical evidence, if there is, through the Director General. Right. The first one is I would want to know if there is a timely monitoring and evaluation of the involvement of small and medium enterprises in the value chain activities of your mining, tourism, and agricultural sectors. So I will prefer a situation where we will get a report about their upstream involvement in terms of procurement activities and their downstream activities and their downstream commercial activities in terms of distribution and services that are related to those industries. Right. This talks about your localization of wealth creation through procurement strategy and value chain economic externalities. Right. The second question, it talks about the environment preservation. From the presenters, I get to know that there is a lot of activities of artisanal miners and small and medium enterprises that are mining some minerals in this region. But I would love to know if there is a monitoring activity in terms of trying to evaluate their impact on the environment. And certainly they have an impact on the environment. Are there corrective measures to sustain the environment that we live in? After doing all those activities, what measures do we have in place that are meant to sustain the environment that we live in for our future generations? I thank you.
Speaker on the last question on this row. Sorry, Sisi.
Hello.
After her, and then I will ask at the back row. Any question from your side? I think there was a gentleman that was posing. Yeah. So we'll come to that row. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My question is on Comrade Buza's presentation, where he mentioned about 50 kids pregnanted by one man. Now my question is, what measures have been done towards this? And then who is taking care of these children? The second one is about women who are claiming money on behalf of orphans and does not assist them. What measures have you taken against this? Thank you.
So who has raised their hand? I saw that gentleman. You are number 1, and Sisi, you are number 2. Who else at the back? No, I'm at the row, not here. I'm at the row. Yeah. Okay, so you start.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, or it's afternoon. Yeah, it's afternoon. My concern is, I think our government is pushing a lot of, I will take it as an APP thing. We're just ticking a box and allowing things to pass and just for coming back again sometimes to say whatever. We pushing a lot of events instead of coming up with solutions. My concern is that we'll have such engagement, we'll give people solutions. At the end of the day, they don't implement it. So we're asking ourselves, hence I'm saying maybe we just tick in the box to let it pass so that next year at least we increase the budget to say, no, I think we need more of them to happen around. I'm from so many sectors. One of them is arts and culture. An easy thing that department, our mother department can do just to implement, because some of those young ladies, they don't have nothing to do. That's why they end up being on such abuse and whatever, in terms of we end up defining it as a GBV. But the government, it's when at the end of the day, at the end of the year, financial year, you hear that government is returning money back to treasury. The other one, I'm from FAMSA. We're experiencing a lot of challenges from the same Department of Social Development. When they have to pay NGOs, they struggle. And we talk about the people who can't even work if they don't receive their own salaries. 1 month, it's a problem. And they said our organizations, we are so, they always, instead they are criticizing us in terms of us working as a team, trying to build the same. Northwest, it's worse. I've been asking what's going on, because other provinces, sometimes you just benchmark from good things. Why can't people do the right thing? You sign a contract at least for 6 months rather. You give people in advance, because sometimes people are taking 3 months for organizations that they can deliver. Sometimes they take 3 months to receive, more than 3 months, just to receive grant. So my concern is that I had DG, maybe where he is, he's taking note. If that thing can be attended, very serious. And they must open industries. We must have research, because I don't remember any in this province where we had that there's a research desk or something. They just come like this, they collect whatever information, what is important to them, they will take it and they leave. From there, nothing happened. So I'm currently making a special appeal to you, DG, if you can attend to that matters. I've wrote emails and letters to your office. I've never got any reply. So I'm just saying, hence I'm saying, maybe we are ticking the box. We just assisting people to push their APP. From there, tomorrow, they will say, no, bye-bye. We've done our whatever piece of, we did it. People went to because such things, we come, we eat, and from there we go. My brother was saying something there, that you come, you engage with people who've got solutions, who've got powers to implement. The next thing, when you go back to Monamela, you go back to the same situation. Next day, you get another invitation that, no, make your input. I thank you.
Very much, Plekas. Let's give Sisi.
Good afternoon. Matlakala Monamudi from Northwest Civil Society, standing here as Provincial Chairperson of Women's Sector, and also from Angels of Tomorrow Community Support Center based here in Momafike. Lena, I'm here concerned. My brother touched some of the programs. I'm so concerned about the sittings that we are invited to come, make our inputs, make presentations, build a nice and talkative document. But we'll never have a meeting whereby we are here invited for program review or activity plan, that since the Reitswa Momafikeng, this is what we did And this is what we achieved. We keep on submitting, but we never get feedback. My other issue is decentralization of funding to civil society organization. There will be big organizations coming to our province, coming to implement the same activities that NGOs at Masutle can still implement. But because that NGO is from a certain province, it will get higher recognition than us here in Mafike. And we are the key implementers. You go to social development, they are supporting NGOs that are not based in Northwest, that are not based or based in Northwest. And we are the people that are doing a lot of work. Women, people living with disability. I am here now, having challenged that I am working again with sex workers. You talk of sex workers, people will be saying people by tira. Those people, they've got reasons why they are there. They don't get any support from government. You get now about 15 years there as a sex worker. You go to the place where she stays, there's nothing to eat. But yet social development is there, food parcels are there, directed to these families or their colleagues. You have to be commemorated or be known before you get assistance from Department of Social Development. And this is killing our province. So Departments of Social Development, DG, it has to reach out to community and civil society at ground level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matlakala. I think we'll come to this row now. Any questions? Okay, let's come to this one. Sisi.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Lydia Mweng from Civil Society, Hefziba, Women of Destiny. We deal with a host of issues pertaining to women and youth, and particularly I'm concerned about the lack of emphasis on SMME development. You know, South Africa is very statistical. I think one of the colleagues mentioned something like that. We are so statistical and not impactful at all. We will talk about the numbers, but no impact on the ground. Our province in particular is not taking much care of the SMMEs in this province. When you're starting, you apply for support, you apply for assistance, they tell you do not have systems in place and you are not employing a certain number of people, or you are not employing people. So because of that, they will not support you. And you push yourself up with whatever resources that you can be able to generate. And when you have pushed yourself to a certain level, they will tell you you are not a province material. I'm talking from myself as an entrepreneur and a writer. I came to this province, I spoke to them about the programs that I'm doing, and they said to me, I'm not at the level of the province. I must go and talk to national when I requested for help from them. So we always say we are a 65% rural province or 70% rural province. The administration, and this is particularly to the DG, the administration of this government is aware of the rurality of this province, but they are not putting in place tangible systems of saying in the budget of 10 billion that is put aside for SMME development, how much of this amount will be put in the villages so that we can have people in the villages developed there. And we have people in municipalities who have not been working, literally not working, not reporting for duty for between 6 months and 3 years, and they are getting salaries every month. And I believe that this government is aware of that. And because there is no proper monitoring and evaluation, when there are no services, there's nothing done. There are people that are leading local economic development in the municipalities, developing IDPs. And these people have never done business. They do not know what business is about. Therefore, they are not supporting the small businesses the way they should. So my suggestions and recommendations to this government is, one, offer holistic support to small businesses, especially because small businesses contribute to over 40% of the GDP. Offer holistic support that covers financial support, irrespective of the level of the SMME and irrespective of whether they are employing people or not. There was a time when my company was employing 15 people. Now, because of a lot of issues in business, I had to lay off all of them and begin to work on part-time workers. So support financially, support structurally. The previous government in this province, I'm talking about the government in this province, not the other South Africa, it developed structures, small business structures, where if you did not have a venue where you could do your business, you would go there and do your business at a small fee. Now we are renting places that are exorbitant. That is why a lot of SMMEs are out of business. So provide finance, provide structures, provide educational empowerment. We understand they will talk to you about CEDA. I will not go into that. There are too many issues there. But provide real educational empowerment and mentoring support. Hold hands, take this SMME. I manufacture detergents. I had to stop my factory from taking off because of a lot of issues. And this government will want certain things from you. Like, for example, they would want financial statement that is lucrative, that is bankable, and you are starting. And a certain quality of a bankable business plan. Now, if you really want, when we're talking rural, a person coming from my home village or from Masutle village, you cannot compare that with a person coming from the Rustenburg town or from Johannesburg. Now, in a lot of instances, the reason why Small Business Development Department has funded mostly Gauteng, KZN and Western Cape, Cape Town. The reason why these three cities have been heavily funded by the Small Business Department, it is because they are big cities, so people there are highly educated. Now, for us in the villages, we do not have access to resources. The offices are in towns, not in the villages. So if we really are rural, 65% of services must go to rural, and that is not happening. They are going to few places. So please, let's go back to SMMEs and think seriously about them. They are the future of this province in particular. Dangibaya.
Now we finish this side. You didn't raise your hand. You didn't raise your hand. We finished this side. So please, if you are on the raise your hand. Because we can't come back again. It's not right. Okay. So we are on this row now. Any questions from this row? I don't think you should answer. You should pose questions because we want answers from you. Oh, okay, fine.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to ask the DDG the question. There are programs that have been made in this province. Like, for instance, something that concerned me most is that we had a program on mining beneficiations for the communities. It started, and then it was collapsed by politicians. When a politician gets into the office, they cancel everything that the former was doing. That is why we are so backwards in this province. I want to know, when are we going to continue with the program, and what are the programs that are lined up for those communities to benefit from those mining activities? The other one is that from the Office of the Premier, fortunately, we've got what we call the CDWs. I want to know the developmental impact that they are doing in our communities. And all the other programs that are coming, EPWP, all those things, what are the developmental impact? Do we pay this? Do we get the money, play with the people, give them the 2,000 rand, the 750 rand per month to clean the streets, and then go back home? What skill are they acquiring from there? What is the developmental impact that the government is doing on our ordinary citizens. The other one that I want to ask about the DDG, where is that? What is our government doing about nepotism that is in the municipalities, because it's been reported so many times? And I'm not going to stand here and listen to and answer that, where is that? It is all over our municipalities. Let me answer it before it was been asked. It is all over our municipalities. We know about it, we know about them, and we can even quote names and municipalities that it is prevalent to. And then about the issue of NPOs. The NPOs in this province, you'll be only called during 16 days. Ooh, but Osbisa, what programs do you have from your organization? Social development is an activity department. They don't have programs. They work on activities, and it's been done like that. The problem is we'll be writing letters and letters and letters and letters and letters to the head of the department, to the Premier's office, but no, not even a single letter will be responded to. That is why we are facing this problem. We want to know today from the DG, what should we do as civil society to help the government and again to empower our communities? Because you might be having a very progressive program that you can empower the community with. Either it will be stolen from the municipality or from the department, and then they fail to implement it because it is not their idea, they don't know what you are saying. Like, for instance, I'm one person, when I give you a proposal, I start it from the back, mix it inside, then you don't know what I was saying until I come and present. So we want to know, how are they going to work with us from here forth? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further takers from the row? Okay, let's go to the other row.
Thank you, Chairperson and the esteemed House. I am Chaplain Colonel Musidi Maruma. We are also an NPO, but a faith-based organization. I'm just putting up a brief one here regarding the functioning of the City Council here in Mafike. A complete overhaul and cleanup. That's my recommendation. Please, we cannot have a municipality where we are expected to pay taxes, raise and taxes. You come there at 11, they are not there. You go home, after an hour you come, you meet them at the gate, they are already making off. We can't have that circus and Mickey Mouse service around here. Please. Okay, I hope the DG is listening. Now, regarding GBV, diversity and disability, we embark on a very strict incorporation of syllabus from kindergarten, right through up as a lifelong learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chaplain. Any further hands from that row?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Romeo Matondo. I'm part of Marang Child Care and Art Center. I just want to say a message to the government that it should pay attention, like more attention to the NPOs, because since the COVID has been taking place, we are struggling a lot as the NPOs. And it's something that I've also volunteered in Pretoria, and a lot of lines has been said that a lot of NPOs, not around here in Northwest, they do support them. But when it comes to Northwest, it seems like they don't pay a lot of attention, because we are the same as the NPOs from other provinces. So we also need attention here, because we work from morning until night. Sometimes we just work without, let me say an example. The government has a lot of resources, but we as the NPO, sometimes you don't have resources. We use what we have, but we also have, even if it's raining, let's say it's raining, right? We don't have cars, but we always put that effort to go to work. So we are asking the government to please support the NPOs, because we are not doing this for us. We are doing this for the children. and the communities, because we as the NPOs, we are the ones who are close to the communities, right? So the government needs to work with us. So we are asking we are also requesting that the government should also fund us when it comes to food, because the children, when we are training the children in the NPOs, some of them don't eat at home, so they don't pay attention, because some of them, they come to the NPOs hoping to come and eat. For example, in our NPO, right, we only feed children on Saturday. So we are struggling because we don't get enough funding, and every time we apply for funding, the government is taking us from option A to option C. So we are the ones who are putting a lot of effort to try to communicate with the government. So we are asking that may we please get assistance from everywhere, because the children need support from us, because they are all our children here. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question from that row.
Thank you. My name is Maria Atava from NGO Basadi Foundation. What I want to raise, that has been said by most of us in the House, is that we are in the rural municipality, which most of the roads, particularly national roads, are very bad. There are more accidents on those national roads where our people are not accessible to the work, not accessible to schools, that we request the National Department to put more money or more budget to the relevant roads that are bad, that roads must be accessible. The other issue is issue of the youth. Most of the youth are unemployed because as in the rural areas, information will get there very late. If there's an advert, there are no information, there are no papers that will get them in time for them to apply for whatever. And when we say to agriculture, saying we've got more land where our people can plow and sell, as it's a rural area. If they group themselves as groups or teams for agriculture, they'll stand waiting for debushing because they don't have materials to take out these big bushes for them to be able to plow vegetable, mere tomato or mere carrots. So how do we bring things to the relevant people that they need at the rural areas where they should be developed? To the disabled people, I still agree that most of the disabled kids or people at the rural areas are still in-house. They are still in-home. They don't get out and be teamed to do something with their hands. Because if I'm deformed, I'm disabled in the hand, that doesn't mean that I cannot produce or do something that will help the community. So I think maybe we must have a data of those disabled people and see how to assist them best. Because we can come here coming with theory, which is very excellent, but the practical thing of it, which is not visible. Because now we need the practical thing, that things must be touchable, must be seen that this government is doing something better for our people. Thanks.
Thank you. On that row.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Johnny Luate. I come from Lower Theatre Productions. I'm from the arts community. There's a serious problem when it comes to people with disabilities or disabled people, when it comes to people in the arts. It's a very serious problem. When you look at the when tenders are coming out for any service, they'll always say there's this particular mark points that are allocated to if the company has people with disabilities or that. But now when you come to the arts, is that the only time the Department of Arts and Culture says it employed people with disabilities in the department, it's people who are working as secretaries or people who are working at the entrance, the front office. It does not employ people who are actually artists, who are who are disabled. It's almost like there's no talent in people who have disabilities. Most of the time is that even in the very same setup, you find that in our films and everything, the only people who would remember who made it in the arts would only be talking about Steve Kekana, as if in the rural areas and other areas there are no people with disabilities who would have that talent. But the problem is with the funding that goes into the companies or the NPOs, where sometimes you might find that the proposals are to do programs that would actually involve people with disabilities. People with disabilities would work with cameras. People with disabilities who would work not only behind the scenes, even in front of the camera. Is that there is no policy document in the country that deals with people with disability in the arts industry. And therefore we are saying those that are leading us in that aspect is that disability does not only exist in corporate world, but we also have in the arts, and we need policy, not only policy, but the implementation of that policy needs to be seen to be done where people are doing that. So we are asking the question to say, what are the government's plans? Because in the NDP, and when you look in other policies, you do not see it coming through, especially in the industry, in the arts industry. Thank you.
Let's go to the last row. And then after that, we'll have response.
Gape leina la ka ke Popi Muchumi ke leloko la African Peer Review Mechanism, South Africa, the National Governing Council. My first question goes to the DDG. It relates to the challenge that they identified in their research, that poor service delivery and performance is due to a skills deficiency. And to address that, they recommended some mechanisms or some measures. And I was listening to when I read dilo tsotlhe gore, what is it that you have as a guarantee that these measures that you recommended or that you put in place are going to be implemented? Why am I a bit skeptical? Is because we have a lot of policies, we have a lot of legislative framework. They are very good, and they can fill up this room. At times, they are almost one and the same thing. What we do is change names, give them different names. But they never yield the intended results. Then what guarantee do you assure this team here that that is going to address the challenge that the province is faced with? That's my first question. The second question goes to Osbusa. Osbusa, yes, the province, I can attest to that, it's a rural, it's predominantly rural. And it is mainly under the rulership of chiefs. And femicide-based violence, I'm not going to refer to gender-based here, I'm referring to femicide. Femicide-based violence, it's predominantly in rural areas. What is your relationship with the chiefs with regard to that challenge as an organization, as a sector? The other one, you said your findings are that a lot of women, particularly in Rustenburg, do not go for COVID testing. And maybe I missed that. Please pardon me for that if I missed it. Did you find out what are the reasons for them not going or wanting to go and test? And if you have, how do you ensure that you assist them to ensure that they go and test for COVID? My last questions go to my colleague, my comrade, Karel. You mentioned the issue of access. You know, when you talk issues of disability, my comrade, I'm sorry to say it, but it's like you just address them as in passing. They were not specific. For instance, you talk access. I was seated here and I'm asking myself, have we tried as a sector to ensure or to find out what are challenges or what challenges do persons with disability encounter at the workplace? Do they have access? And what type of jobs are they in? Are they being appointed in? You mentioned the issue of access. And as I said to us, then I'm seated here, I'm asking myself about, yes, you said they say that they can't find persons with disabilities. Yes, advertisements are made. Do all categories of persons with disabilities have access to that information? What means or what medium of advertisement have been used? Medium of advertisement have been used to ensure that persons with disabilities access that information regarding the job opportunities that are available. The other one is with regard to education. We have, I think, all these things that are being mentioned here, all programs, all plans that are there, I think they are aimed at achieving, realizing Agenda 2063, the Vision 2030 of the National Development Plan, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And as long as these, or whatever that we're talking about here, are not focusing on addressing these, I don't see us achieving all these tools here. As I said, access to education. The schools that we have, we talk mainstream education. And I had some people, use of terminology, I'm sorry, let me address this completely. We are very, very particular about the use of terminologies as persons with disabilities. One, we do not live with disabilities. Disability is not a family member that I can live with. It's not my uncle, it's not my cousin, it's not my mother. We are persons with disabilities. We have impairments. We do not have deformity. We are not deformed. We are impaired. And we are again disabled people. Why are we disabled? I know that there's this misunderstanding among members of the sector as well. When I came in here this morning, it was only staircases, few staircases. And when a person on a wheelchair, I had to arrange for a ramp to be there. When a person with a wheelchair comes and he or she is confronted with that kind of environment, automatically he or she won't be able to come in here. Therefore, the environment that confronts this person disables him or her to access the venue. Hence, we are saying we are being disabled. We are able as people with disabilities. But the environment, the attitude that confronts, the stereotype that confronts us, disable us. Comrade Little, the special school. How many special schools do we have in the province? Do our members, are members able to access those schools? Do the parents of those kids afford to take their children to those special schools? Because there are certain categories of disabilities that cannot cope, that cannot manage in the mainstream education. They need specialized environment completely. The last one, I always say, disability will not be like dinosaurs. We read about dinosaurs. We are not even sure that such animals did exist. Dinosaurs. There's no way that disability will go extinct. There's no way. It's here. It's going to be with us until Godot comes, probably. So I'm bringing in that because there's this kind of, I always say to people, you don't have to be disabled to sharply raise issues that affect persons with disabilities, because you have to approach disability issues from a human rights point of view, which is chapter 2 of the South African Constitution on the Bill of Rights. That's why we have to start with. Then this category, which we are seated here, it will never go extinct. It will never go extinct. It's going to be part of us. The LGBTIQ plus community. They continue to be battered, killed. A lot of things happen to them. And we are not saying anything about them. They don't conform to any of what we're raising, the gender that we're raising. But they are part of this society, of the community, the society. They'll never go extinct. We cannot be sitting here and not say anything about them. You don't have to be a conformity to that for you to be able to raise those issues. I think that's all that I wanted to raise. Thanks. The issue of actors. Okay, on the issue of the arts. You know, it pains me. At times I literally switch off the TV. And it falls within the SABC and what falls under the Department of Communication and so on and so forth. You find a person acting as a disabled person, being on a wheelchair. Does that mean that this person doesn't have an impairment? He or she is not disabled, but she plays or he plays the role of a disabled person who is a wheelchair user. Can't we have, does that suggest that we don't have wheelchair users or blind people who can act? Okay, thanks, moderator.
Comrades, we are pressed with time. So please, from that row, I will only allow one questions. And please be specific, Sisi. Be to the point, okay?
No, thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Boitumelo Mahlangu. I'm from Daung. I just want to touch on the presentation in regards to the change management, where one had to note that financial recovery plans with municipalities are very key, and I do agree with that. But I just wanted to take it further to provincial and national treasury to say, and from that experience to say, these plans have been used as punitive measures to withhold the grants or tranches to municipalities as they needed to be done. So it cannot be well implemented if that is the main reason for it to be undertaken in that direction. So in a nutshell, it says we also need to agree that there is sometimes a lot of political interference. That is why sometimes it becomes as a punitive measure to withhold the tranches. The other point is on skills audit. I don't think we really need to concentrate on that if we could start with taking into consideration the qualifications of the people that you are employing. Because I take that for them to acquire those qualifications, it goes with them to say they will gather the knowledge and the skill of what they are going to be hired for. But my main point here is about taking into consideration the political interference which now dent the service delivery that has been to be taken to our communities. That's what I wanted to comment on.
Sisi, are you going to be brief? Are you going to be brief? Okay.
I will try to be brief. Thank you, Program Director. My name is Khomole Molokoko from Lokoko Traditional Authority under the Barolombo Red City. I'm here representing my chieftaincy. We have a serious challenge as a traditional leaders. I'm here on behalf of my sister as well, who is the chief of Lokoko, including Makuving and so on. I think we need to educate the government first. Probably if you go back to the basics, because I think the government don't know, probably the politicians don't know how Mafeking became about. Who is Mafeking? What is Mafeking? Why is there Mafeking today? How did Mafeking become Mafeking? Because it all started with the traditional leaders. There was no politicians before, there was no government before Mafeking became about. There was traditional leaders before. They are the ones who found Mafeking and fought for Mafeking and strived and died for Mafeking. Sangha came to party around 1912 when there was already traditional leaders, when ANC became was born. So I think the government need to go back to the basics, because nothing is going to change until the government or politicians respects and takes care of its own, which is traditional leaders. Because they've neglected that. They're all learned colleagues, and you name them with all the positions and the titles tangling on their necks, but there's nothing that they're doing. They speak big English, go to the traditional council who can't even speak a line of just one sentence in English, and they take advantage of that. Female chiefs are not respected and are not even acknowledged. I'm saying this because the challenge we are facing today is terrible, it's horrible. It's beyond measures, because I'm here on behalf of female chiefs, because my sister we are only two ladies from daughters of Lokoko, the late Chief Lokoko. You ask yourself, a lot of things, we are not given opportunities, same as male chiefs. We are not even taken serious. And when you look, females are the people who actually can do a lot in the villages and can change and strengthen the communities. And we are the ones who actually are the heart of everything. Women are the heart of everything and the center of everything. And we are the one who deals with these issues on a single basis. We know what people are going through there. We are very close to people. Traditional leaders are very close to people. They know better. When you look at Mafikeng, it consists of 102 villages, meaning that 95% of Mafikeng are Makhosi. And Makhosi chiefs are not informed. There is no accessible information to them. Councillors, mayors, you name them, go to the villages without going through them and telling them what's happening. You will hear that a mayor was here, he just passed by, and you know nothing about it. The next thing people come to you and say, we heard the mayor was here, but we not get the information. Information, it needs to be taken to the traditional councillors, leaders first, so that they can be able to spread it to their people, to the communities. The communities don't have an access to the information, but have an access to their chiefs because they are around them all the time. So the government need to speak to their councillors and their mayors and their MECs to please make information accessible to the chiefs, to the traditional leaders, because they are the ones who are very close to the communities. And the developments are happening, so many things are coming to the villages without the knowledge of the chiefs. The next thing, when the communities start fighting and striking and protesting, they are the ones who will run to the traditional council and say, speak to your communities, speak to the people. Whereas they never informed them first when these things came, because they are the ones who understand better the communities. They know what the communities want, and they know how to deal with the community, and they know how to present issues to the communities. We are constantly struggling with security, for instance. All the challenges you've been speaking about here, all the speakers who spoke, all the things, all of them, traditional leaders are faced with them every single day. Every single day. The government needs to think twice about how to assist and to come to party and have a relationship with the traditional leaders, so that the information, a lot of things can actually happen easy and we can see changes in the villages, because Mafikeng, whether we like it or not, comprises of 102 villages, and all these villages are under the traditional councils. So how do we deal with the situation? People will never get a lot of, how can I put it? A lot of information if their chiefs are not being told. So how are we supposed to send messages to the people if we know nothing? And it's actually a shame to the government that most of the traditional leaders, they don't even have offices, no decent toilets, no houses, nothing. I don't know how do they look at themselves when they go to a traditional council and there's no place to accommodate them. They don't have houses. They hold their meetings under the trees. You know, it's a shame to the government. The same government that the traditional leaders fought for them and made it possible for ANC to be for the government to be part of this land. This land belongs to the traditional leaders. Traditional leaders must be taken care of, so that the communities will live happily ever after.
Thank you. Colleagues, I think everybody expressed their concerns. And I think everybody raised all the questions. But I think it won't be proper if we allow civil society, let's say there were 3, we allow all of them to respond to those questions. When I was counting, there were about 45 questions that were raised. And if we allow that to happen, the governments will finish here at 5 o'clock. Okay? And 2, we want to take a group photo here for everybody who's been here. So it's important that after you've got your lunch, you don't disperse. so that we could call you and then we take a group photo. So the direction that I'm going to take is as follows. I will allow Mr. Chuma, because I think it's important that government respond to some of the questions. But we want government to be specific and not, dwell around and spend considerable time. Okay? So we will allow government to respond, and then two, Auntie Asiu Busa, Valencia, as well as you, Karel. Please, comrades, I will allow you, the three of you, to speak, to respond, but please don't make speeches. Just respond to those questions. And it doesn't mean that you must respond to all those questions. Just respond to the one that we think is pertinent. And I think it's a burning issue. So let's start now with civil society. We'll start with you, Ausi Busi.
Thank you. Chair, I'll start with the issue. The first question that was asked that I'm very much interested in, the IEC performance and inclusion of women. The IEC performance really is bad. Because we've got issues where other parties were not registered, and then other parties registered later than the others, and there were those nonsenses that happened. I'm sorry to use the word. And when it comes to women, we've got this rent a woman issue, whereby the political parties will select women who will listen to them, not women with capacity to can do the job. I'm not going to go further. The question that was asked also was the relationship between the chiefs and the councillors. There is a power struggle. There's a power struggle that a chief says, I'm the chief, I'm born to be here, and the councillor says, I'm voted to be here to come and do development. Some of our chiefs, and I can attest to that, they refuse development when it comes with the councillors because of the issues and the personalities around the villages. That this person does not support the chief, so the chief will never allow that thing to happen in the village. And it does happen. I know I've got councillors here who are in villages who knows the story. And then in some areas, the councillors, because our councillors are not well trained before they become councillors, they feel that they are above the chiefs. They are not trained at all. Sometimes, as Mayor Abua, they just call meetings and do whatever and agree with the community, not even the community, the members of the certain political party, to come up with a project without consulting the whole community, even without consulting the chief in the area. That's why I'm saying there is power struggle. The other issue is that the business opportunities in the villages, whereby there are people who are coming to invest in the village. They come through the council, and the councillor will take that and discuss it with a few of his crews and friends and families and whoever, without consulting the chief. That's the problem I was talking about it when I was talking about illegal mining. That is part of that. The other one is the tenders that are coming into the communities, like, for instance, the tar road. There's this thing of building community halls in every community. They don't even ask, they build. Those type of things, those are the ones that cause more of the problems. The councillor will come up with a project of building a community hall. That was not there on the IDP. Without consulting all the community members and the chieftainship in the area, they don't consult, they just build. That is why there are those things. And then there was a question about the social economic development. NDP, the NDP is not implemented in this province. That one, it's true, it's not. And then the businesses, there's nepotism, there's corruption in this province, and businesses will always be given to certain people. A person was talking about tenders in the province. The tenders in this province, that they are being getting by people from outside the province. The people in the province will have to subcontract on them. It's a fact. And it's not like our government does not know. That is why we found that most of the communities, they stop the project before they even start because they were not involved in that. There was no consultation. And then GBV, kotlakanya GBV le femicide. But there was a sexual gender-based violence and femicide summit that was called by the president. In that summit, the president said to us, he is going to declare sexual gender-based violence and femicide a disaster. They came COVID and COVID was taken this upper because COVID affects everybody, even the president. But gender-based violence does not affect everybody. Yes, it does affect everybody. It's prevalent. Corona, the poor, the one who are not employed, who are staying with men because they are they are providers in the family. So it will never be declared a disaster in this province. We waited since 2018 after the summit up to now. It was never said anyway. We were told that we are going to have a gender-based violence governing council. It comes in as an interim, and then it's quiet, and then it's given 1 billion, and then it's quiet. Nothing is happening. I was at that summit when the president was speaking. Shem. I'm not saying they said, I'm saying I heard him. And he never did that. Femicide in our rural areas. You are right, Sis Poppy. There's a lot of femicide in our rural areas because our people in the rural areas, we don't have police stations, number one. It takes you 60 kilometers to get where you are to the main road to get a lift to the police station. When are you going to report the case? And as I said earlier on, our police, prosecutors and magistrates, they say, but you don't have evidence. So how do we? And when a woman is beaten, they'll tell you that, or when the woman has been threatened, he said, but he's only threatening you. He has beaten you, he has not beaten you or anything, and then the woman will be killed. And the other issue is that people can't get interim orders in our rural areas. Where are they going to get them? Because if you are in Moses Kotane, we've got only one court in Muhwas. When you come from areas next to the border of Botswana going to Muhwas, you're traveling 200 kilometers. How are you going to get that interdict before that man kills you? And it's not only in that area, in other areas. All our villages, we don't have where you can get that interim protection order or an interdict. You've got to go to a court, and our courts are either in our townships or in our towns, in the whole province. So that is why some of the cases are not reported and people don't go and ask for help. Because the other issue is the victimization of the justice system. They victimize victims more than the rape that you were gang raped, but when you get to court, it will be worse. So people don't want to do that. And yes, we've got a lot of femicide in the Northwest. Not only in our rural areas, but even in our informal settlements, because people who are there don't even know each other. I think I need to talk about the last thing here. Okay, if we look at statistical evidence, the mining, tourism, and agriculture. Okay, I'm the executive director of the Pilanesberg Global Resort. We've got one big game reserve in the Northwest called Pilanesberg. I'm the executive director there. Abuse of our women in the tourism sector is worse. It's because the employers do it, the visitors do it. They rape our people, and a poor woman will keep quiet because it's been given 1,000 rand, and the employer will ask you, why did you have to sleep with that man? And you were raped while you were cleaning. And the other issue is that when we look at the procurement from our mining, from our tourism, I won't say much about the agriculture, but the mining and tourism, that's where I am. With the mining and tourism, when you look at procurement, the procurement around our tourism sites, the hotels and everything, most of our businesses in tourism are owned by whites, except the B&Bs in our rural areas where they only come one guest in a week, in a month. They are owned by whites, and the procurement is given to whites.
It's not, you can't go at Sun City, say, and now I'll do your deco and anything. No, it doesn't happen that way. They don't. It's been done by whites, not our people. And then there's another one that is coming from mining. When you get to mining, the procurement at the mining, they have started a new thing. Let me mention Anglo. Anglo has started a new thing whereby they approach the communities around where they operate and then tell them about all the projects that they are going to have, knowing that our communities does not have skills. Let me give an example. 2 weeks back, they sent they sent an advert saying that they need 50 trucks for 5 years to transport coal. Who of us in our rural communities have got that number of trucks? The other issue, when you try to partner with other, not me, I'm talking about others, I don't like those things. When you partner with other people, they just want to say to, some of them say to you, we are going to give you 10%. Some will say, but you, what are you bringing? And you don't have anything. And when they, on other issues, when they give our black people opportunities in the mine, they'll give you a contract of a year. Who is going to finance you with a contract of the year if your fellow white people are given contracts for 5 years? Which bank will finance you? So we are having a problem. When it gets to procurement in mines, it's still lily white. When it's given to black people, it's because you are happy. Or there are those few BEE people that will get the opportunities. I think I'll leave the others to my colleagues. Okay, you were talking about the SDGs. We can't even start in this province to talk about the SDGs. We failed the MDGs. Let's get Northwest and put it down. Start with the MDGs. Put them there and ask in the Northwest, which one can you tell us that this one really we did justice to it? You can talk about 17 when we failed 8. There were Beijing platform of action in this province. We had a gender machinery at some stage, some time back. It's no longer there. Gender issues, gender budgeting in this province is a by the way thing. Nobody cares about them. I'm sitting at the National Gender Machinery. We don't have that thing in the province here. When you talk about them, you don't have a director, you've got an acting deputy director in the office of the premier who are supposed to be dealing with those things. They are not. Thank you.
Comrade Valencia and Comrade Carol, we are pressed with time. Please, comrades, let's not elaborate a lot, please.
Hello? Okay. Going straight to the point, I'm only going to, thank you, Chairperson. I'm only going to touch on the issue of the arts, like my colleague has talked about the issue of the arts sector.
Sorry, before you speak, Comrade Tumi, can you please issue the meal voucher to everyone? Please, man. Okay. You can proceed with your question.
Yes, I dish out the voucher. Should people remain seated?
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Yeah, I'll come to the table.
Okay. The issue of the arts sector, where my younger brother here has just spoken about arts, the only appeal that I'm actually requesting is to say it is very true that arts needs to be given a serious attention, because it also play a very serious role, because it's not everybody that is born to be an academic. So arts industry it plays a very serious role in terms of the socio-economic conditions and the unemployment that we find in South Africa. Going to the other the other issue will be the issue of working together also as the NPO sector or as the individuals. So if we are also not working together and not united it becomes a serious problem whereby now you find a certain individual raising a certain issue, and then it's all about here and there. That is why you find us not sometimes reaching to the solutions of some problems because we are fighting against one another. That's the other thing. The third point will be the SMMEs. I remember the APRM did ask the issue, the question in terms of the SMMEs. To be honest, it will be proper that you also note there that the SMMEs need to be supported in terms of financially and of course in terms of their skills as well. So the suggestion will be let the SMMEs be funded, but not only be funded, but they need to be a monitoring and evaluation and of course mentoring and coaching program that is in place whereby as and when the SMMEs are being funded, let there be a monitoring and an evaluation team and a mentoring and coaching maybe service provider that runs with them maybe for a period of a year. Because remember, when you are supporting these SMMEs with finances, sometimes others are not having good skills in terms of finances, branding, advertisement, marketing and management and all that. So, but then as and when they are having your mentoring and coaching and monitoring and evaluation in place, and maybe for a period of a year, where they will also be assisting other young individuals to be employed, then that creates authenticity and professionalism. So the last part will be the part where, I don't know who spoke about this one. Yes, the last part will be the part where somebody, I think is my younger brother here as well, who spoke about the issue of the food parcels as an NPOs. Yes, it's very, very true that it is we are in times of COVID-19, we only see that there's a lot of billions and food parcels just on TV where you find they are running around in people's faces, but there are NPOs that are actually dealing with vulnerable groups where there are a lot of people that are in need of food and they are really don't have anything. So you find these and other NPOs that are trying from their side, but they are not being supported. They are the ones, let the food parcels and let the feeding scheme be directed to the relevant individuals that goes on the ground that really knows whom are they talking to so that it can serve the purpose. Thank you so much.
Okay. Can you give the last response from Comrade Karaba?
Thank you very much, Chair. Quickly, two suggestions. One suggestion from our side is to enforce. The government must enforce the infrastructural grant in municipal level to be conditional on mainstreaming issues of disability. And then second suggestion, to come up with a legislation that enforces government or government departments to implement disability issues. And then a question from OSPO-P was around the issues of accessibility. Accessibility around information. There is no access in information. Why I'm saying that, there is no department or no municipality that is having a braille machine to print their budget. Even the government budget is not printed with braille. So my colleagues with blindness are struggling to get access on documents, access to even the language. Sign language, there is no sign language people around the departments. Go Maspalin, there is no somebody who's dealing with sign language. Departments also, there is no one who's doing that. Those are the answers that I can give. The others, I will do it bilateral with my colleague.
Okay, Comrade Kara, thank you. Let's clap a round of applause to everyone. Our last response will come from Mr. Chuma. Mr. Chuma, we will allow you, we'll give you 5 minutes to respond. to some of the questions, and then as we conclude, give us a way forward in a direction.
Comrade Jimmy, don't forget that I am waiting to make my input.
No, you can make input. You're going to be providing concluding remarks.
Okay. Yes, I'm just reminding you, Commissioner. Thank
No,
you.
I know, Chair. Mr. Chuma, are you still available? Dr. Sokela?
Chairperson is no longer appearing on the list. Thank you.
Okay. Then it therefore means we will allow Mr. Muatodi just to give us 2 to 3 minutes. I think there was a question which was posed to the academia.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I have taken note of all the comments that have been made, and I have assured Dr. Sokela that all of that will be included in a written report, which we will make available to Dr. Sokela. Thank you very much.
You, Deputy Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Jimmy, and thank you to the mission. Let me also thank civil society for being present and acknowledge their inputs. Thank you so much for the work that you've done to Commander War, to me and all in the team and myself in coming from where I am. I want to raise very, very short issues, Comrade Jimmy. The fact that the provincial government is not abreast with the issues of the APRM and the issues of the country review mission is a cause for concern. Let us note that because there has been no reason, because this isn't an issue that is provincial, it's an issue that comes from the presidential responsibility. I want to say that I acknowledge and respect the inputs that have been made by many of the sectors of civil society and reinforce the relationship between provincial government and small business. Yes, mining and communities, very critical, Comrade Jimmy. And I would say this because apart from the fact that I have a foundation and apart from the fact that I'm a legal person, I realize that there is a lot of wheeling and dealing, if I can put it that way, that goes on with mining and the communities. And we need to create protective measures around the community. Remember that when we established relationships, we said that there has to be PPPs, public-private partnerships, PPPs. And we need to ensure that those are absolutely at the prerogative. In terms of health, disability, and gender-based violence, I hear it. You know, one of the things that concerns me is when from the tours from Bloemfontein, Kimberley, and now Northwest is that the dependency on private sector in terms of basic equipment to assist people with disabilities. It's horrific. I would say that the DG and a government in Northwest must then be accountable in respect of ensuring that a part of the social development budget goes towards, and we need to have a percentage that goes towards these assistive mechanisms and whatever else that is required by the community of the disability. GBV and femicide, I want to reiterate, we are not going to tolerate that. And if it need be that the police don't intervene, if the state doesn't intervene, the APRM will intervene on gender-based violence and femicide. And these matters must be reported then to the APRM. And we will ensure that no stone is left unturned. In terms of the developmental impact, I want to raise the issue that one of the things that must be done, as I mentioned in our previous engagement with the Northern Cape, is that there must be a form of a engagement. There must be a form of a cluster or an intervention that makes all the NPOs form part of social development, and that the support that is required is given to them. In terms of the issues of social injustice, one of the things that I find very difficult at this point is that we are now, as a country review and as an APRM, expected to fix the problems of provincial government. We must make a point, Program Director Comrade Jimmy Khatanya, to ensure that they take accountability for the lack and fill the gaps that are there in order to ensure active citizenship. And this is why I am going to reiterate the issue that provincial government does not appreciate the veracity of the mission. Their non-availability proves that there is a level of disrespect to the mission, and we must acknowledge that. Because in as much as we were caught off guard, we managed our responsibilities in Bloemfontein, Kimberley, and now Northwest. There is no excuse, because the APRM does not emanate from the earth. It comes from a process, and as Dalma indicates, we are the pioneer organizations in terms of that issue, and we must have a solid role and interaction with provinces. In terms of chiefs, yes, I agree. We need to consult. However, I want to caution the fact that if we are overlapping our responsibilities in terms of chiefs, and remember, Northwest is a very rich in mineral province. We need to be cautious. We can't just simply say interact and then what happens. So let us be considerate of what are the rules of engagements. I'm not dismissing it. I'm saying what are the rules of engagement in terms of chiefs. The IEC performance, I agree completely. And it's a first province, and you will agree with me, Chair, that this is the first province that raised the issue of the IEC performance. And this goes to democratic participation and political activism. And one of the things that we need to understand, under no circumstances are we going to compromise this democracy for any reason or another and go back in terms of the color coordination of the country. The attitude of SAPS in the province, I think that the Premier needs to draw in and cause a very serious intervention. That if SAPS doesn't do what they need to do, there's going to be a backlash. But once again, Chair, it's the issue of the fact that we need to have a coordinating structure and accountability structure in the province. I want to say that procurement with the racial prejudice, it must absolutely be dismissed with immediate effect because it is non-acceptable. And we need to have a manner in which, and I think that the structure that is there must be able to communicate. If the APRM, if they don't find solace in government, then the APRM has to be the intervening body. And this is very critical because when the issues of the arts sector are raised, very critically so, we need to stop and understand the history. It was not raised in Kimberley, it was not raised in Bloemfontein. We need to understand this arts history does not belong to anyone. It comes from a struggle perspective. And this is what I want the mission to understand, that we are not an APRM NGC out of context. We are one that comes from a dispensation post a pre-dispensation. And Jama, I plead of the Continental Secretariat, I plead of the mission to understand and appreciate that indeed we have no ill intention. However, contextualizing our pre-democracy and our current situation, that has to be, and with a gender-based violence at the forefront, and understanding why then issues of IEC are raised, issues of arts sector are raised, we need to be able to empower our people at all costs. And we need, Comrade Jimmy, to say to our constituencies that are there, if you don't find solace in government, the APRM will fill in the gap. Thank you so much. I respectfully bow down.
Announce that this provincial event is closed. Let's go outside for a group photo, and then thereafter we proceed to have our lunch. The lunch is served on the right-hand side. Thank you very much.